I don't know if you guys have seen this game before. Um, but it just came out recently. It's called This Bed We Made. And we get to play as a maid in the 1950s, and we get to do our little snoopy snoops through people's belongings. True story. We're gonna find out some secrets. And, I don't know, there might be a little bit of murder or something along the way. I'm not sure. Not sure. I don't know if it's gonna pop up with all of the trigger warnings again, but it did have like a whole list of trigger warnings when I first loaded it earlier. It was having some problems loading, so I had to do a couple things, fix it. But yeah, it had a whole list of trigger warnings for me, so hopefully it pops it up again. It doesn't look like it's going to. I don't remember all the ones. I know like depression and stuff was on there. This game takes account of all your actions, including the ones you decide not to take. These choices will determine your fate and the fates of others around you. Proceed with caution. Okay. That's fun. Yeah, there were like a bunch of trigger, like homophobia was on there. I really wish I had a picture of it. Like everything under the sun. We're just gonna say abuse was on there. Like physical abuse. And emotional, probably.
Let's keep moving.
Ooh, okay. So can we look at stuff then? Or not yet? Ooh, it won't even let me turn that far. Ooh, this is a weird... I guess I just should go forward. Yeah, well, let me look at the stuff on the side.
It's on your right. Here.
How do you turn? It won't let me turn more than this. Okay. Here?
Here we are.
Okay. Ooh.
Good luck.
So did we do something illegal?
She's all yours, sir.
Sophie Roy, I'm Detective Maurice Tremblay.
Hello, detective.
21 years old, working at the Clarendon for over a year. Husband?
I'm sorry?
Are you married?
No, not yet. I live with my mother. She's sick, so I have to take care of her.
No father?
No. It's always just been me and my mom.
All right, Miss Roy. I need you to tell me everything that happened, starting with this morning.
Okay, so it's one of those.
Au parc La Fontaine, les filles s'en vont et s'y promènent au bras des garçons. Tu les entraînes au cœur des buissons où elles étrennent l'amour en saison. Tu les enchaînes dans un tourbillon de vrais poèmes, car dans les frissons naissent toujours les plus belles chansons d'amour. Au clair de la fontaine, j'ai vu dans tes yeux mille couleurs. Quand la claire fontaine s'amusait au jeu de nos deux cœurs.
Vacuuming's done. Now just a bit of tidying up and I can go on break.
Okay, bit of tidying up and then we can go on break. Okay, now it lets me move all around. Move cursor to move blanket and then... Okay. Nice. Nice.
A bed's not complete without its pillow.
Where are the pillows?
A bed's not complete without its pillow.
Oh, do we have to find them? Inspect.
That's a lot of money to owe. Just what did you get yourself involved in?
Toggle plain text. Ooh, it's gonna be a rating one, guys. I know some of you love it, some of you don't. Date of acknowledgement, January 16, 1958. Acknowledgement of debt. Okay. Okay. On the date of the initial loan, the lender agreed to lend an amount of money to the sum of $1,500 to the borrower for an enduring period of 12 months calculated from date of the initial loan. The borrower was to be obliged to pay interest at the rate of 150%. The total sum of said interest to be paid together with the capital sum of the granted loan by the loan's period. Amount overdue is $3,500. That's insane. With the loan period reaching its conclusion on July 2nd, 1957, the borrower was expected to have repaid the full amount owed. The failure to do so will prompt further action. Refer to page 3 for further details. That's crazy to let it get from 1,500 to 3,500. Let me look at... Where are the pillows? Oh gosh. You know me, you know my family. You've had a seat at our bar since the day we opened it in 49. You're more than a friend to us, you're practically family, and while friends are polite to each other, family deserves more. Family deserves honesty. As such, I want to be as direct as possible in letting you know that you're down to your last chance. The $8,380 you owe us, plus 25% interest, is now 8 months overdue. My patience has worn thin. This isn't like one of your unpaid bar tabs. You came to us for help, and help always comes at a price. We've opened our pockets to you time and time again, and all you've done is taken advantage of our goodwill and generosity. We'll come over in person to make our collection tomorrow. I'll be bringing along the boys so we can all sit down and have a little chat. But just so you know, they aren't too good with words. Jesus, so much money. I know. So this isn't even including the like $3,500 that they owe the other person. Or we can interact with this.
Only menswear. Are you in town for a business trip, maybe?
Maybe. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. Where's the pillows? Okay. Do you just get the one? Yep. Looks like it. Scrub. Oh, I wish it was that easy. I certainly wish it was that easy. How do I know when it's done? Are you gonna tell me when it's done?
Good enough.
Good enough. Yeah. Any secrets? No. Oh, I could spend way too long. Is this just a Bible? Yeah. Toggle plain text. It's like, I don't think we need it for that, but... So why is there like a child's bed set up if it just seems to be the one guy? Ooh, what is this? More money? Dear Mr. and Mrs. Mapleson, regretful as we are to have to resort to these lines of communication, our client and your neighbor, the owner of 8832nd Street, has been ultimately evasive of our many attempts to reach out and collect our due debts. Specifically, an amount owed to us to the sum of $1,904.75. He has given us little recourse but to contact him through those in close physical proximity to him in the hopes that they can deliver a message on our behalf. We have little desire to disturb you and the other fine citizens of 32nd Street, but our business may bring us back to your neighborhood if it is not resolved quickly. The help of your kind community would be greatly appreciated for us and certainly for your neighbor. Kindly, Lucky Coin Financing. So are these all different places? So he owes one person like $8,000, another person $2,000, and another person $3,500. That's insane. Over $13,000 in debt. With what seems like no plan to pay it back. Le Petit Régal. It's just the menu. It's nice. Nothing. I wonder if there's a point to open these. In the 50s nonetheless, yeah. Like that's quite a bit of money. I wonder how much that is with inflation. Like what it would be today. You think there's a point in me going through all these drawers? Apparently not. Ew, dirty. Why? Do we have to switch it? Why? Can I pull it down? Is there a point in me having the faucet on? Gross! At least it was quick. It didn't make me hand scrub that. Oh. As I was saying. 163,489 is how much it would equal today. That's insane. That is so much money. I wasn't expecting inflation to be that much. Clean the walls. You guys, you gotta clean your shower walls. I don't think it's wanting me to in this game, but...
And voila.
Voila.
Good as new.
Uh-huh. Now, what about this? Because this is weird. The guy doesn't like looking at himself.
You brought your own mug?
Best
Well,
dad.
I guess ours aren't quite as complimentary.
I'm sure that's correct. A safe? Please clean this room. Do not disturb. Bro, honestly, I'd be putting those on my door like instantly. Every time we go to a hotel, I'm like, do not disturb. Oh, it's a shoehorn. I was like, what is that? Well, do you think that's everything cleaned in this room? I can hear a noise that's bothering me. I don't know what it is. Is that just a comb? I wonder if it'll tell us if that's not everything. What's this? Oh, hat? Oh, you have to hold. Okay. Nice. They were in the floors.
House they want to build next door?
Yeah, it creeps me out. Imagine all the weirdos who'll start hanging around the hotel.
I can think of someone who'll feel right at home. Look at her, always glued to that gossip magazine.
Do you think she has any real friends? Or is it just Gracie, Joan, and Marilyn?
Well, when your own life is that dull, you need to get your excitement somewhere. Oh, did you see Rebecca come in this morning? She was wearing the same clothes.
Now, don't you think you're overreacting? This is exactly the kind of behavior Linda warned me about.
She's doing everything she can to break us apart.
Sophie speaking.
Hey, it's Beth. Do you think you could come up real quick?
Sure. I'll be right there.
You're right, you shouldn't.
Now I realize I've been blind. I was so in love with you that I couldn't see.
What?
Oh, you left a key? Okay, press Q to hear Sophie's thoughts.
Let's see what Beth wanted to talk about.
Okay. Ooh, this is it.
Now's not the time to
Oh,
pick
it's
up smoking,
cigarettes.
Sophie.
I forgot they used to sell them and stuff like that. Okay, so my husband was telling me, this is so random, but my husband was telling me that they made a new law in the UK where if you are currently 14 years or younger, you will never be allowed to buy tobacco products like cigarettes and stuff. So like everyone over the age of 14 now is allowed to, but I guess it's their way of slowly making cigarettes illegal. I think that's pretty cool, actually. The Montrealer, 31 pages. 19 arrested in deviant raid. I'm honestly not against that. I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, as long as nobody gets addicted to tobacco, as long as people 14 and younger don't get addicted to tobacco, that's actually a perfect, like, transition. And why should you start, like, if you're not smoking already, why should you start? There's no reason to start, so... Montreal police arrested 19 persons in an early Saturday raid at Manny's Lounge, located on Stanley Street, downtown Montreal. The establishment, owned by Emmanuel Laliberte, is a known hangout for sex deviants. A Montreal City employee, a court official, and 2 teachers were among those seized, according to official reports. Lieutenant Sylvain Goubol, there's going to be a lot of, like, French words in this, I think. These are French names. says he plans to send letters to schools employing the arrested teachers. School principals, parents, and fellow teachers should prevent such people from being in close contact with youngsters. He said, "It is everyone's responsibility to protect our children." Lieutenant Gobel also promised an investigation would be opened on La Liberté, who already has a criminal record to his name. Continued on page 3. Sex deviants. Major snowstorm paralyzes city. I don't really know if we need to read that. 12 inches of snow. Storm started yesterday with 6 inches falling. Several accidents. Shop owners against new mental hospital. A group of downtown Montreal businessmen and shop owners met with Mayor Sarto Fournier last week to air their grievances concerning the city's recent decision to allow construction of a new mental hospital in Dorchester Boulevard. William Weston, manager of Weston's department store, says he and his group will fight tooth and nail to prevent the hospital's construction. Will our customers feel safe to come downtown for their shopping needs knowing there are lunatics next door? I mean, they're locked up, so there's really no reason to panic. Another bloody Valentine. Was there a murder? Valentine's Day concluded in horror last Friday with the murder of an Outremont resident. A worried neighbor called the authorities at 11:15 p.m. after hearing loud shouts from next door. When police arrived, they found the lifeless body of a 34-year-old man. Authorities have refused to identify the victim or provide any details about the circumstances of his death. No suspect has been apprehended yet, but Detective Lieutenant Maurice Tremblay asked anyone with information to come forward as soon as possible. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Stop worrying and save your marriage with Lysol. That sounds great. Does your personal hygiene worry you? Are those worries bothering your husband? That is so funny. Oh, I thought that was blood. I was like, what the heck?
Poor Nicole. No one should be stuck cleaning up the reception hall after a ball, even if they did draw the short straw.
So where... Oh, never mind.
Hey, Beth.
Is it quiet or can you guys hear their voices okay?
Hey there. So, who's sleeping?
Sleep... what?
You were whispering just now on the phone, so I thought maybe Eugene or Bobby were napping in the break room again.
Oh, yeah, no. It's Jacques and Wendy. They were, in the middle of something.
Ugh, it's so awkward when they start making out like no one's watching. Get a room. We literally work in a hotel.
I think it's not our business. So, like, yeah, you said you needed to see me?
Needed me?
Oh, straight to business then.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just a busy day.
I also just
I
don't
get
feel
it.
like gossiping
It's been
about our
non-stop for me
coworkers.
this morning too. Wanna guess why I summoned you here?
Literally, I don't know. Did you see a mouse? I would assume it's something to clean.
I'm guessing there's something I have to clean?
Obviously. But what is it?
Oh my gosh.
Did a kid throw up again?
God, no. Did that happen recently?
Yeah,
It's all the
last
time.
week. I can still smell it. Feel it too. While I was cleaning, some of it got...
I'm gonna stop you right there. Keep talking and you'll be cleaning up after me too.
Yeah,
Oh. Sorry.
I don't need to know how it
Yeah,
feels.
no, you'll be glad to know it's nothing gross this time. A nice gentleman decided it was time to redesign the lobby
is
and
this
helped
lady's
us by
deal?
knocking over that vase on his way out of the hotel.
That's it?
I would do it myself, but the last time I tried to leave the front desk, Bernard emerged from his lair to scold me about procedures and whatnot.
Well, we can't have the beauty of the Clarington Hotel take absence from her throne, can we?
Oh, the people would riot.
Bernard especially.
Bernard's hardly the people. Anyway, I have to get back to work. There's a mop in the supply closet next to Bernard's office, I think.
Thanks. I'll see you around.
At first I thought she was just like a pretentious gossiper, but I think she's actually fine. Like, I think if you worked with her, you'd be like, oh yeah, she's a little abrupt, but like, she's great. She's cool once you get to know her. I think that's her vibe. Yeah, my chats with Beth are always a highlight. She called me up to clean a mess made by one of our guests, which gave us a chance to catch up. I don't think I've met someone who can make conversation seem so effortless. Beth has witty response for everything. It's too bad maids aren't usually allowed in the lobby. Chatting with her every day would be a great way to start my morning. So I wonder if these are going to update, like, as they go along. Should we start at the beginning? Some days I'm convinced that Clarington is haunted. It's not that I believe in ghosts normally, but there have been too many incidents for me to rule out the possibility completely. Just this morning, I was waiting for the elevator on the 5th floor when I heard a loud bang behind me, like someone shutting a door, but with more force than I've ever heard a person use. I looked around, but there was no one to be seen. Am I just imagining things? I overheard Wendy and she said his name too, and I didn't even pay attention. Jacques? Arguing in the break room. From the sound of it, Linda got to Jacques' head and convinced him that Wendy was flirting with some of our guests. I couldn't believe it. Anyone who's been around them for more than a minute could see how much Wendy loves Jacques. She would never do that to him. Okay. Well, this is fun. Ooh, and it'll keep, ooh. I'm so excited for this. Look at this little caricature. Beth has been the hotel's receptionist for as long as I can remember. In fact, hers was the first face that welcomed me when I took my first steps inside the Clarington. She knows this place like the back of her hand. Beth can be fiery, which doesn't win her much love from Bernard, but most guests adore her for her magnetic personality, and that's something Bernard can plainly see. We don't get the chance to chat as often as I'd like, but when we do, it's always a blast. I only wish I had even half of her wit so I could entertain her as much as she entertains me. That's sweet. Ew, Bernard. Ew. Bernard is Clarington's manager, the big boss. He spends most of his days locked in his office and doesn't like the maids roaming around outside of their posts, so our paths don't cross often. Lately, he's been hell-bent on getting the hotel back in shape, whatever that means, and there have been a lot of changes around here as a result. He's enforcing employee rules more strictly than ever and dropping God knows how much money on renovations. The stress is practically radiating off of him. That's so cute. I love the little drawing. Yeah, I know. The drawings are so cool. Okay, this seems like a lot now, but once we get through this, we can keep updated as we go along, and then it won't be such a large sum of reading. Linda. Linda is Clarington's governess, Bernard's second in command, and it's easy to see why. She rules over the maids with an iron fist, always ready to enforce Bernard's latest rules to the letter. Most of them hate her for this, but my feelings are a bit more mixed. For whatever reason, she seems to have a soft spot for me. The same cannot be said for Wendy, unfortunately. It's like she's made it her life's mission to break up Wendy and Jacques' relationship, and I'm worried that her latest efforts may have succeeded. That's really weird, though. Like, she's not a girl's girl. We don't like her. I don't care if she's nice to you. Wendy is a waitress at the hotel's restaurant. She and her best friend Yvette were hired together, and they used to be inseparable until 3 or 4 months ago. It's no coincidence that this was around the time Wendy started dating Jacques, the bellboy, the hellboy, to whom she's now happily engaged. That is, depending on who you ask. Linda seems to think that Wendy is the Clarington's resident flirt. Sure, she's popular with guests and collects the most tips by far, but I've always chalked that up to the same thing that has drawn me to her, that warm smile that just radiates kindness. Linda's not convinced, though, and seems to have taken it upon herself to expose Wendy for who she really is. Right? Jealous much? Yeah. Jacques is one of the Clarington's bellboys. I don't know much about him. He's even more shy than I am, barely looking up at guests when carrying their luggage. People like us just need someone to bring us out of our shells, and apparently for Jacques, that person is Wendy. He's like a completely different person around her. He lights up, laughs, even cracks jokes. I was so happy that he found Wendy, and even happier when he proposed. They're like the Claringtons' very own Janet and Tony. Who's Janet and Tony? But it seems their engagement is in peril thanks to Linda's meddling. Stand strong, Jacques. Don't fall for manipulation. Oh, and we have Mom and Dad. We don't have a cute drawing of Mom. I don't like that. Mom always means well, but life hasn't dealt her the best hand of cards. She doesn't talk to me very much about her time as a nurse during the war, but I've always wondered what kind of person she was before that harrowing chapter of her life. It's just the two of us at home. Mom's had bad luck with keeping jobs, and she finds it hard to be around people, so she stays home most of the time. At least she's never missed an episode of The Wild Orchard. On her good days, she can manage on her own, but on her bad days, well, I do my best to be there for her. So did our dad die? Oh, left when I was 2 years old, haven't heard from him since. Mom doesn't say much, so I stopped asking. Okay, good to know. Okay. So we need to clean this up. Why did it walk us that way? Did we need something else?
My rag isn't gonna be enough for a mess like this.
Oh.
Better get a mop.
Okay. And where might that be?
That smell. If only we were allowed in there.
Where are the mops? Can you tell me?
Okay, let's get that mop from the supply closet.
Where's the supply closet? I need more from you.
Linda, Wendy's great at her job. Guests absolutely love her and...
Not just guests, apparently.
Oh, God damn it, Linda! I only like her because guests like her. Making sure guests are happy is my job, after all.
You don't seem to care whether I'm happy.
Listen, if Wendy wasn't doing her job, that'd be another story, but I can't just fire her without good reason.
What if she stirred up trouble among the staff? Would that be a good reason?
Curiosity killed the cat.
Oh, Andrew, hi. I'm sorry, I was just...
Spying
so awkward.
on our manager?
No, I heard something, and
Hey. It's okay, I'm just pulling your leg. I'm sorry I scared you.
I'm not used to having people around me while I work.
Yeah, you're always working alone up there, aren't you? I actually think it's the first time I've seen you down in the lobby. Don't tell me you've been sent to clean up after the Valentine's Day ball.
I heard the girls talking downstairs. Apparently guests went wild.
More like unhinged. Mrs. Wilson almost broke a chandelier, and we kept finding chewed
That's
up
so
olives
weird.
in the weirdest of places.
I hope the rooms won't reflect that.
I hope that too. For your sake. You must see plenty of weird stuff while you're cleaning.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing you found in a guest's room?
Something about you. We haven't found anything about him. I don't...
A few months ago, I found stacks of pennies in a room's toilet. Like, a lot of them.
What?
And when I got to the bed, the pillowcases were filled with pennies
She's
as well.
lying.
I'm still not sure if that guest simply had a strange way of leaving a tip.
Maybe it was a penny robbery.
There's no way that's the truth.
Oh.
No one would do that.
I better go help Beth. It's hell here with the snowstorm.
It's okay. I need to,
Yeah, alright. Take care.
You too.
Okay.
Endless letters of advice from Raymond.
Raymond? What have you learned?
He wants you to lower.
Can I use these?
Make sure the hotel.
Now's probably not a good time to disturb Bernard.
I didn't click
I can
that.
hardly believe you two are
Okay, so we should have a new Andrew's ambush. Oops, so Andrew caught me eavesdropping on Bernard and Linda, who was once again complaining about Wendy. Thankfully, he didn't make a big deal out of it. He doesn't seem the kind to judge. He's actually quite nice, easy to talk to, fun to tease, and funny in his own quiet way. I hope we'll get a chance to talk to him more. I get the sense that there's a lot more to him than he willingly shows. Do we have a Andrew one now? Look, he's so cute. Andrew is the concierge and receptionist for the Clarington. He's intelligent, professional, kind, and well-mannered, which easily makes him Bernard's favorite, but he knows how to have fun when no one's looking. Whenever I see him, he's either dashing off on his latest errand or burying himself in a book, so we haven't had a lot of chances to socialize at length. When we do, though, it always feels easy, like talking to someone perfectly attuned to your wavelength. Maybe I should ask him for some book recommendations. It would be nice to have more reasons to talk to him. Maybe you should ask him for a date. We always gotta have a crush, okay? And I think this time it might be Andrew. Okay, we gotta find somebody to flirt with. Where's the supply closet? Is it down here? What does it say? Janitor's closet? Is this the mop? What is this one?
Bobby made it very clear he doesn't like anyone walking into his kitchen uninvited.
Boo! Ah! I'm so scared.
I'm really sorry about that. I'll have a word with our kitchen staff to make sure it doesn't happen again.
What happened?
Well, that sounds a bit excessive, don't you think?
Pick it up. Pick up the grass pieces. Can we pick that up?
Ew. I better throw that away.
Are you sure there's nothing cool on it? Why are we... Where's the... How do we throw it away? Oh, to cycle through interactions. Okay. Down. Throw away. Perfect. What are you?
A film?
Film?
The guest must have dropped it when he knocked over the vase.
Ooh.
Probably should return it to him.
How do you know who it goes to, though? How are you, Cash Caddy? I didn't say hi, I just said boo. How are you? Nice.
Now I just put the leaves back in the vase, and it'll be like nothing ever happened.
Absolutely, be perfect. Nice. Ooh, a hat. We can't pick it up. I want to investigate everything. Ooh, chess. We can't play.
I understand, Mr. Ramsey. I wish I could make the snowstorm disappear. I really do, but sadly, that's not within my power.
Beth, who knocked over that vase?
Mr. Spade.
Mr. Spade?
Well, I can check with the airport and let you know when flights resume. Until then... Yes, I know. You've said that already. But... No, that's...
Beth is a
very
gym at
unlikely.
her job.
So, which room are you staying in, Mr. Spade?
Spade S505.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to talk
Yeah.
to you.
Enter to clue selection. Okay, can we... I saw it already.
505. Great. That's on my floor. I can return that film roll without going out of my way.
Yeah, perfect.
Sadly, he doesn't have a
We can
phone.
put that back.
He's a bit of an old-fashioned fella, if you know what I mean.
Okay, what we have lots going on. What
Yes?
did we have here? Bobby.
Yes, certainly.
Oh, Bobby is the head chef in
So
the
first,
Clarendon's
I
kitchen. He
suggest
takes care of all the
finding a
restaurant
nice
orders and the
little
meals
corner
ordered through
where you
room
can
service.
kneel
I
down,
love walking by
right?
the kitchen doors any chance I
Then
get just to
clasp
enjoy the
your
smells
hands
of whatever
together
Bobby's
and
cooking
think
up.
really
But linger
hard
too
about
long and
just
you'll
how
get an
much you want
earful.
the
Or
snowstorm
worse.
to end.
I do not want to spend another
Remember to
afternoon
repeat
cleaning
his
macaroni
name,
out of my
too.
hair.
It's,
Why would he waste
God
perfectly good macaroni?
G-O-D.
What? Oh,
I'm sure he'll be very
there's a guest
sympathetic
option?
to your plight.
Okay. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have so much
Making
to
copies?
learn! This is so exciting!
No, I'm
Mr.
not.
Spade is a guest here at the hotel.
No,
He's
I
staying in
like
room
to say
505. He
is
seems to
anyone
carry
can make
film
the
rolls
snowstorm
around,
end
and
if
he was
you
in such a rush to get somewhere today that he knocked over the vase in the lobby. But other than that, I don't know much about him. I can't deny that I'm curious to know more. I don't even know why you made a thing for him, to be honest. While cleaning up a mess, I found a roll of film. Yeah. Might put me a few steps closer to Employee of the Month. I felt bad bugging Beth while she was in the middle of an important phone call, but like always, she came through. The logbook says Mr. Spade's room is 505. I was just in the middle of taking care of the 5th floor before my break. Yeah. Okay. So, back this way? Oh. We still have the mop. We can just clean this. I guess we could put the mop back, but why would we? Nice.
This leak really needs to be fixed. I hope the weather doesn't make it worse.
Okay. Back to the elevator. Can we not use the elevator? We want to go back upstairs. Oh. Ding.
Hold it, please.
Hold it for Andrew! Oh, gosh.
Phew, made it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Are we gonna be,
Was
like,
it you who cleaned the puddle by
alone?
the restrooms?
Was I not supposed to?
Well, Eugene asked us not to touch anything until he's repaired the leak, but it's probably safer this way. Someone could have slipped on it.
Which floor?
Oh, 6th. Thanks.
What's the big rush?
I need to bring this to our VIP guest. The one who rented the
Is that
entire
a
floor.
bucket of
Oh.
cocaine?
Is it that British man I keep hearing about? Why does he need a bucket full of snow?
Of
No
snow?
idea. I don't even ask.
Because
anymore.
it's actually
It's
cocaine.
just the latest in a long series of strange requests.
What do you reckon he'll do with it?
Take a bath, maybe?
Snort it?
Sometimes I wonder if he's just pulling an elaborate prank on me.
Can't you tell me who he is?
I've never actually met him. I always talk to his assistant. Only Bernard knows his identity. I do have a suspicion, though.
He's a rock star.
But I'm not sure I should say it.
And he loves
Can
cocaine.
you at least give me a hint?
Okay, let me think. Whew. Saved by the bell.
Hey, come on. Don't leave me
That's so
hanging.
rude, Andrew.
Let's just say I like to prolong the suspense.
Wait. Is that the hint?
Who knows?
Fair enough.
I think it's hinting at something.
You too.
Let's go. Ooh, do you think this is a different newspaper? No. Is there an update? Eugene. Eugene is in charge of the hotel's maintenance. Pretty much everyone likes him. He's friendly, hardworking, and does his job well. Anytime I've needed help, he's been happy to lend a hand. Since the renovation started, though, his usual good mood has lost some of its spark. I can see that Bernard's lofty expectations are weighing on him. I just hope he doesn't burn out. He doesn't deserve that. That's so sweet of you. To be like, he doesn't deserve burnout. What's this? Oh, are these the rooms that have been cleaned already? Oh, this is ours. So we need to do 505, a partial clean. Okay, I don't know what that means. 506, 507 is scratched off. 506, 508. Oh, that says complete. I don't know what's happening here.
Does carrying this everywhere really make us better maids? Bernard seems to think so.
First rule, be invisible. Guests do not want to be disturbed. Accomplish your work as silently and discreetly as possible. Be a shadow. Any job that tells you to be a shadow is probably not a good one. Second rule, be thorough. Leave no stone unturned and no corner unclean. Dust stains, everything must disappear. Third rule, be careful. Sometimes what looks like trash is actually a guest's treasured possession. Be careful as to what you throw away. Oh, look, partial cleaning. Okay, so we will need to follow this. Mirror, toilet, and bath. Bring used towels to cart. Put clean towels on shelf. Replace toilet paper roll if necessary. Empty garbage can. Complete cleaning, bathroom and room. Repeat partial cleaning duties. Vacuum every floor. Dust every surface. Change bed sheets. Your governess may ask you to perform other related duties at any moment. Our governess. Okay. Sounds good. So this needed a partial clean, right? Yeah, 505 partial. What was that again? Toilets. Mirror, toilet, bath, towels. Replace toilet paper, empty garbage, throw away trash. Okay. Okay, we can do that. If she'd ever go in.
Mr. Spade?
Housekeeping.
Mr. Spade?
What the heck? Oh. Hey, Emily. Hello, hello. Okie dokie. We got a creepy room. Instant. Look, it's us. What would you do? Oh, we can throw them away?
What is this?
Oh, tampering with objects may lead to positive or negative consequences. Do you think inspecting them is tampering with them? These are just us doing daily tasks. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I see. It's us going through someone's suitcase, I think, and then using their perfume, spritzing it, and then putting it back. That's very sus. Do we, I mean, we're supposed to clean, do we clean it? We're supposed to do a partial clean. I think we, but then they're gonna know we were in here. We're cleaning. Maybe they won't notice. I feel like they wanted us to see this, maybe? I don't know. It's not giving me... Oh, do I have to... Ugh, I hate it. I hate it. We'll just clean around it. That's not a big deal, right? They have to know you'll find it. You're the maid, right? Like, we'll just clean around it. And the toilet. I'm so glad it doesn't make us scrub the toilet, honestly. It gives me the heebie-jeebies, bro. Hello? There's creepy photos of me in here.
Clarington Hotel reception desk, Beth speaking.
Beth,
What can I
you're
do for
never
you on
gonna
this
fucking
very
guess what I
fine
found.
day?
Ooh, do we want... Ooh. Choose who between Beth or Andrew you want as your acolyte. I mean... I feel like we want Beth. I feel like we need Bestie Beth. Like, Andrew's cute and all, but I just don't know if we're, like, lifelong partners yet and that he has my back and everything. Oh, but Beth can't leave the desk. That's something to think about. We crush on Andrew, I think Beth. Yeah, but Beth said that she can't leave the front desk. So I feel like she can't come and help us. But Andrew can float around the hotel. So do you think that matters? She will get in trouble. Yeah, I think we call Andrew based on that.
Beth, it's Sophie. Can I speak to Andrew, please?
Yeah. Hold on.
Beth, girly, I will fill you in. Oh, is he not around? Oh, he's here. He's here.
Clarington Hotel reception desk. Andrew speaking.
Hey, are you okay?
Hey, Sophie. Yeah, it's just... my trip to the 6th floor took longer than expected.
Oh, I'm sorry to add to your plate, but I really need your help.
Sure. What's up?
I think Mr. Spade's stalking me while I work.
Mr. Spade? Why would he...
I don't know. He took pictures of me. I found them hanging over the bathtub. He set up a kind of dark room.
Jesus. What are you doing in them exactly?
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but sometimes when I clean the rooms, I get a little curious and, you know, snoop through our guest stuff.
Oh. And Mr. Spade caught you in the act?
Yes. I think we should call the police.
Whoa, slow down a minute.
But...
Sophie, there are pictures of you invading our guests' privacy.
But I didn't steal anything. I was just snooping, I swear.
I believe you. I believe you. But others might not. With those pictures, it could really blow up in your face if a guest were to complain about missing items.
I feel... Okay, it's another tough decision. So... we could throw the pictures out, but he might just have more, and so he might be mad, and that his response feels sus. I agree, and I also see where he's coming from. If we do nothing, he has the pictures. If we throw them out, then he might have more pictures, and he'll be angry at us. You know?
So I just leave? Do nothing?
That's not what I'm saying, but I think you should try to get a better understanding of the situation before you tell anyone.
Mr. Spade is in the wrong.
Given photography a shot before.
Really?
At least I planned to. Did a whole lot of reading. Didn't quite get to the doing part. Anyway, the point is that dark rooms like that take a lot of time and effort to set up. It seems unlikely he went through all this trouble just for a few pictures. I bet there are more of them, somewhere.
Do you want me to snoop? So you want me to snoop?
Well, I didn't look through the entire room, but there is a safe here.
That would certainly be a good place to store pictures.
Do you have the safe combination then? I'm pretty sure it's locked.
Maybe I can... Give me a sec.
This is why I brought up the safe, because I thought that if I didn't mention it, we wouldn't get a combination for it.
Shoot.
What?
Bad news is, I can't find the combination list.
Rude.
Good news is, we can probably do without it. Most guests write their code down to make sure they don't forget it. So, say you wanted to look for it, I could keep an eye out and call you if I see our mysterious photographer return.
Okay.
This is suspicious.
No problem.
Oh, and Andrew?
Yes?
Please keep this between us.
Of course. Don't worry about that.
Thanks, Andrew. I'm a little sus of you now, but I do like a bad boy, so... Okay. Clues! Okay. So these are for room 504. I'm not going to read through these because we read them already, but it is nice to know that they're here. Almost wish we asked for Beth. I know, me too, but I was just worried that she wasn't going to be able to come. But I guess Andrew didn't come either. I thought they were going to come to the room and help us. If I had known it was all going to be on the phone, I would have called Beth. Makeshift room with pictures of me. Okay. Okay. So let's see if we can find something.
I'd forget my own head if I didn't write everything down.
Do not forget to buy more film.
That in common.
I guess we have that in common. That's the key. Okay. I think these are all...
a lot of film. How many pictures have you taken, Mr. Spade?
Okay. Where do you think he would have left it? Oh. I'm like in the way. Okay. He actually put stuff in these.
That's rough. How are you supposed to support yourself when no one will give you a job or a place to live?
Dear Mr. Morgan, I understand your situation and I'm sorry that you had to spend so many years in the hospital. However, this does not change the fact that you don't have the qualifications for the job. And even if you did, I could not hire someone in your situation. Other staff members simply would not feel safe around you. I would ask you not to contact me anymore. Sincerely, Jeremy Sandberg. Mr. Morgan. Hey weirdo, stop wasting my time. I'm not hiring you, ever. Mr. Morgan, you know I have a lot of respect for what you and others have done for this country, but I am not a charity. If I don't receive the past 3 months' rent before the end of the week, you'll have to vacate the apartment. Thank you. But this is Mr. Spade's room. We're just gonna ignore the gloves? Sure. Ooh.
You're pawning off your possessions? What do you need the money for?
Paul Morgan. So is Mr. Spade a fake name? Okay. What's that? The compact? I can throw it away. Why would I want to throw it away? What is that? Oh, because it was going into a cutscene. I was like, what is this camera angle? That's suspicious. Very suspicious. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I remember this sale. I picked up that new winter jacket for Mom.
What? We saw Weston's. We saw that name somewhere. I think it was in the employee thing, maybe? Montreal Tramways, 1958.
I just visited the oratory for the first time in years. This has to be a coincidence, right?
Sure. The lake. That's a map. Oh.
X marks the spot. But there's no way this is just a treasure hunt.
They only wanted to let me click on them.
Harry's diner, too. Were we ever there at the same time?
Maybe.
You didn't strike me as much of a doodler.
The heart? T30. I don't know. Special occasion, wedding, funeral. What? Tied to this? Tied to this? Was there... Okay. T30. And then Weston's is tied to Harry's. It looks like there's something missing here.
Beaver Lake? That's where I took Mom skating last month. Why is this up here?
There is... Ooh.
These look like numbers. Sort of.
That looks like a musical note.
These look like numbers. Sort of.
What is happening? You don't think I have to come up with a code out of this, do you? Like, that's a lot.
Morgan. Is that your real name? Why did you check in under Mr. Spade?
That's what I'm asking! Dear Mr. Morgan, you have to stop writing to this address. Lindsay died 2 years ago. I do not know what happened between the two of you, but please let us grieve in peace. Thank you, Lindsay's mother. Ooh. That's interesting. I didn't know you could
Lindsay.
do...
Did something happen between the two of you before she died?
Turning my heater on. I didn't know that you could do, like, selection like this. And all these? Scam.
One man's trash is another maid's trash.
Yeah, we should turn that, or throw that away. And this. And this. I mean, I guess, should I inspect these to make sure there's nothing in them? Frank's beans.
I hope you aren't eating those beans. Is this
Ooh.
the floor of the Clarington?
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Housekeeping.
That's my schedule. Just how long have you been watching me?
At least a month. Oh gosh. Oh, that scared the bejesus out of me. Emma Leo, thank you for the follow and the jump scare. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. I turned the volume way up because this game is so quiet, so that was so loud. Whew. Go down. Lobby boys, 8 to 11, 3 to 6. Room service, night mostly. Okay. That's, glad you know that. Bunch of letters. to Lindsay Franklin. Oh, return to sender. Okay, so these are all the things. Let's clean that. Ooh. Oh, this is all the red yarn for that.
Request to move to 507. Why did you want to change rooms?
507 was scratched off on our list. The present letter is to confirm the reception of your transfer request to room 507. Regrettably, the room in question is currently occupied by an extended stay guest. We are therefore unable to grant your request. Thank you for your understanding. Please contact us should you have any other request. Yours sincerely, Bernard. Oh. What? Lindsay's address, infantry division, year of hospital discharge. Oh. Okay, I'm grabbing a notebook. I'm getting a notebook. Y'all know the drills. You gotta take notes. Okay, so Lindsay's address will be the first one. I have to write this down too or I'll forget. His infantry, did we see that somewhere? Hospital discharge. Okay. There's so much stuff, dude. Can we look through these? That'd be cool.
What do we have here?
A key? What do we have a key to? Clean that out. Can we clean these?
You are going back to my cart.
Okay. Do not forget to take your pills. Oh, he really has a bad memory. It's not actually... Okay, can we turn that off? Actually, that sounded horrible. Just some tissues on the floor. Okay, so we can get Lindsay's address from this. 34. I'm going to assume that's it. So that was the first one. How long is the digits for it? And then we saw the letter over here in one of these drawers, right? Was it this drawer? No. The bottom drawer with the gloves? No. Was it this drawer? It was one of these. Oh no, this was him pawning stuff. I thought it said it in one of these. Like his time at the hospital or whatever. Was it this one and I'm just being cuckoo? Cuckoo crazy? Yeah, other stuff would not feel safe around you. The hospital. So this mentioned the hospital. But it doesn't have the dates on it. How many digits is this safe? Okay, so they're each 2 digits long. Okay, so we have more we need to find. Oh, look. We're kind of cute. Oh, 99th Infantry Division, Belgium, November 1944. But that's not when we got discharged, but that is our division. So it's going to be 3499, and then we need to figure out when we got discharged. He's writing down a lot. Oh, am I like stuck now? I got stuck on the drawer. Birds of North America. Okay. No Bible for this one? Oh, do you think it's in here?
There has to be a key somewhere.
Give me the key! Okay. Don't let me forget to put that back if it gives us the option. Okay. Dang, Paul 42.
You spent 10 years in a psychiatric hospital. And it looks like you left with a long list of diagnoses and prescriptions.
Girl, he has 2 prescriptions. That's not a long list of prescriptions. Date of birth. Date of discharge, 23/08/1957. So, which one of those numbers does it want? Maybe 57? I'm just going to write it all down just in case. 23/08/1957. Anxiety, neurosis, character disorder, chronic insomnia, short-term memory loss. Patient initially admitted for nervous breakdown, displayed erratic behavior and mood swings, occasionally aggressive. Patient non-responsive to shock treatment, neither insulin nor electric. Patient condition improved after new medication. Okay. Can we close this? And then put the... Oh, no! Where's the phone?
Is he here?
Who? Oh, Mr. Spade? No, he's not.
Andrew? You said you'd call if he was coming back to his room.
Right. I did, right. Sorry about that.
Oh my god, Andrew. I nearly had a heart attack when I heard the phone ring.
I'm so sorry, Sophie. I couldn't help but check in. Did you find more pictures of you?
No. But I think I have enough leads to open this.
Yeah, I want to get out of this conversation so he doesn't walk in.
Resourceful gal, aren't you?
I have my moments.
Andrew.
Well, get to it then.
Okay, I'll call you back.
Please do. And I won't call again unless Mr. Spade returns. For
For
real this
real.
time.
All right. Thanks.
We turn around and Mr. Spade's there. Oh, I want to put the key back. Can you run? Sophie cannot run. Put the key back. Nice. Last thing we want is to be caught with our hand in our pants. Or a key in our pocket. Turn dial. So we need 34. Oh. 99. Oh, I went too far. I'm gonna try 57. Oh, am I stupid? Do I just have to click this? It's just me. I'm an idiot. My bad. Is that a heckin' gun, dude? Was he gonna shoot me?
Okay, Sophie, you should probably put this down.
Really?
No.
Why? I don't think I should.
M and H. M and H. Who are they? Are they guests here?
12:30 a.m. Arrived at the hotel. Room not ready yet. Had to wait in the lobby. 2:45 p.m. Well, you arrived at 12:30 a.m.? What? 2:45 p.m. M and H came in, both nicely dressed. M was holding a flower bouquet. Heard them talking to the receptionist, saying how nice the oratory was. Picked up some flyers to find out what the oratory they were talking about. 3:10 p.m. Room finally ready. No sign of M or H. Decided to unpack and install my setup in the bathroom. 6 p.m. Still no sign of M and H. Have probably gone out again. 8:20 p.m. Finished developing this afternoon's pictures. 11:55 p.m. Unable to sleep. Heard weird noises from the corridor. No idea who or what it was. Okay. Oh, should I, like...
That was taken in the lobby.
Okay. Oh, Lord. My goodness. Okay. 10:20, M and H arrived at the hotel's restaurant and ate a quick breakfast. 10:35, M and H left the hotel and got into a taxi, tried to follow but had no money for a cab. 12 a.m, found a pawn shop to get some money but no idea where M and H went. 12:55 a.m, back in my room, will have to kill time until M and H return. 5:40 p.m, spotted M and H entering the hotel with Weston shopping bags. 6:10 p.m, found M and H eating the hotel's restaurant. Did we know anybody with M and H initials? 6:25, H left for the bathroom. M exchanged a few words with a woman and her child. 7, M and H left the restaurant, probably turning in for the night. While leaving, H emptied pockets in the trash. Okay, weirdo. 7:05, searched the trash, found a receipt from a place called Harry's Diner with drawings and weird symbols on it. 8:35 p.m. took a coffee at Harry's Diner, showed pictures of M and H to waitress. Waitress remembered them, said M used to be a regular about 10 years ago. 10 p.m. back in my room, tried mapping M and H's movements since their arrival in Montreal. 11:40, unable to sleep again, heard someone exiting room 507 but did not hear the elevator. This is so
and who's sneaking out at night?
Detailed.
So many questions.
Yeah, I agree. 10:15, M and H arrived at the hotel's restaurant for breakfast. 10:45, M and H left the hotel and got into a taxi, followed them to a place called Mount Royal. 11:30, M and H went skating on a small frozen lake, fell on the ice while trying to take a picture. H might have seen me. 1:05 p.m., M and H ate at the lounge and left a ticket on the table. Ticket has weird symbols on it, just like Harry's Diner receipt. 1:30, M and H decided to leave because of the snowstorm. 2:10, M and H arrived at the hotel shortly after me. H looked angry. Something happened during the taxi ride, but what? 5:20, no sign of M and H since early afternoon. Tonight, we'll try to figure out who's sneaking out at night. I mean, I imagine if we did know who this was, she would say something.
Beaver Lake?
Okay. Oh, that's the last. Okay. More film. What did you even want to do with this film? Like, throw it away? These are pill bottles? Okay. I mean... like, I'm not... Oh my gosh. There's so much. Map on his wall just makes everything weirder. Every thread points to a place I've visited lately, but what does that mean? Is this a series of wild coincidences, or am I really being stalked? It almost seems like wild coincidences, does it not? Because he's stalking somebody else. We weren't in that at all. Our name does not begin with M or H. Andrew was right. Our guest did write down the safe combination, or at the very least a reminder for it. The phone ringing may as well have sounded... okay. Looks like Mr. Morgan's stalking doesn't end with me. He's also following two of the hotel guests, M and H. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm grateful he only took pictures of me. He has extensive notes on M and H's comings and goings, like he's tracking their every move. I need to find out who they are and what we have in common. Maybe that will tell me why I'm caught up in all this. Hopefully Andrew can help, or at least tell me the plot of a book similar enough to this, and let me know if the heroine makes it out alive. You're ridiculous. You're honestly ridiculous. Letter, pawn shop, stalking. Yeah, let's just... is there more? Oh, there's a lot more. Can we just get all this to go away for me, please? Yeah. I feel like we're done here. I mean, we need to clean up, I think. So let's... what all did we need to do for our list again? This was a partial. What was our partial list? Mirror, toilet, bath. We did that. Use towels. Clean shelves on towels. Replace toilet paper. Empty garbage can. Throw away trash. So we had trash. Where's our trash go? It's fine. Let's see if he has dirty towels in here. Crazy. Crazy. Ooh. Ooh. Empty the trash. Do you think that... I doubt he wants us to throw that away. Oh, but we can take this. I just don't want to throw things away that he's... ooh. Is that a towel? Yeah. I don't want to throw things away that he's going to need. I thought that was dirty. And it doesn't say that we're supposed to make the bed, so maybe we don't do that. I'm unsure, question mark. That's emptied already. Can we turn that off?
Must be getting worse. I hope Mom's not too bored without her TV shows.
And did we check for toilet paper? He seems fine on the toilet paper front. I don't know if we're supposed to make the bed.
I'm sure I'll find more laundry to add to the pile.
Can we grab new towels?
Let's put those on the bathroom shelf. I left the clean towels on my cart.
How many should we put? I'm only doing one more. This man does not need 2 towels. He kind of just is disrespectful with them. Are we done? Will it scratch off when we're finished? Did we make the bed? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Clean ashtrays, scrub stains, make bed, empty garbage, throw away trash. Okay. We do make the bed. I was like, it's weird if we don't make the bed, but... This other pillow was like way over here. You don't think it's gonna be weird when he comes back and like we've done all this stuff for him? I feel like that's a little weird. And they were roommates. Ooh, what's a bookmark? We just throw it away. I don't see any other trash. I don't think we need to be like throwing away his stuff. We can throw these away. He doesn't need these, right? I think that's it. I would imagine that's it. Bro. And they were roommates. 1 room, 2 women, and so many secrets. And they were roommates. No one at school suspected what took place once their door was locked. She was alone in a town she barely knew, hundreds of miles away from home. She was desperate for comfort and found it in the arms of the most unexpected person. What first started as a normal friendship between 2 women soon blossomed into something much more passionate and disturbing. This is a tale of love and desire like you have never read before. Out of her own experience, the author, working under a pseudonym, tears the curtain from one of the gravest threats to modern social morality, the strange love practices trapping unwary girls today, particularly in our larger cities. This is so funny.
M and H. Maybe Andrew could find them in the logbook.
Okay, so you want me to leave? Is this done? I don't know how to tell if we're finished or not. Can we go downstairs or something, maybe? And, like, how do I get... You know what? It's fine. We're leaving.
I should call reception. M and H could be in danger.
I thought we were going to go down there, but it's fine. We can use the phone, modern technology, and all that jazz.
Clarington Hotel reception desk, Andrew speaking.
Hello, Andrew.
Oh, hey. Just a sec.
Beth, could you cover for me?
Again?
Pretty please?
Sorry about that. So, you found anything on Mr. Spade?
Well, Mr. Spade isn't even his real name.
It's not? What is it then?
Paul Morgan.
Huh. I guess he wanted something a tad more exciting. So, I take it you opened the safe. What was in it?
I found his journal.
Oh? Does it say why he's stalking you?
Because I'm a hot little boo
But it
thing.
seems he's stalking 2 other people as well.
2 other staff members? Who is it?
No, they're guests. I don't know their names though. I was hoping you could find them in the logbook.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you alright?
Of course. Sorry. I'll just need some more info to narrow the search.
He is acting really weird. They're referred to as H and M. I mean, this says, I mean, they are in room 507, but maybe we should use this one. Telling him the exact room, I feel like is more handy. That's a very direct way to find somebody versus their initials. Because we don't even have their last initials. And honestly, we don't know if this is their first initials or their last initials, or if they're using a pseudonym in the hotel, so these aren't even the initials they're using. Like,
I found out that Mr. Morgan made a request to be transferred to room 507, but it was denied because...
That's Mrs. Beaumont's room, right?
Exactly.
But why would he switch rooms? He's got his entire dark room set up in 505.
I'm not sure. I just thought it might be related.
I guess we can keep that in mind, but I'll need a little more to go on.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Morgan refers to them as H and M.
It could be initials, or maybe, I don't know, husband and mistress.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
I had not thought of that.
Wait a minute. There's a couple staying in room 509. Hector and Marcella Cruz.
Hector and Marcella. H and M.
My thoughts exactly.
That was, you know, a stretch. It's the exact opposite of a stretch. Like, oh my gosh, those are the initials. Like, yeah, no shit. That's why he brought it up. Okay. What do we know about them?
Do you know anything about the Cruzes?
Well, I was there when they checked in. Handed them a couple pamphlets on tourist attractions. I remember noticing that Mr. Cruz wears the same cologne as my father, but...
That's not much to go on.
Yeah, I know. Do you, perhaps, have room 509 on your to-do list?
We do.
I do, actually.
Would it be wrong of me to suggest you do some...
Snooping?
I knew
I guess
Andrew
that's what
was a
I'm known
bad
for
boy.
now.
Nah, don't worry. I'm sure we'll find a better legacy for you.
Like my
I'll call
wife.
you if I find anything.
Watch out.
That'll be my new legacy.
I will. I promise. I must have forgotten my keys in the break room again.
So now we have to go to the break room? What did we... Oh my gosh. Can I use this? No. Oh, it's progress. All signs point to 509. Okay. So we gotta go this way? Where's the break room? What is this? Is this a yo-yo? Okay, maybe somebody wants that in the future. I'm not sure. Hello, where's the break room? Oh, oh no, that's... Okay. I'm looking at the signs. Self-serve ice!
Maybe I shouldn't wander around with my pockets full. Is there anything I can put down?
Oh my gosh. Oh, wait. Place cup. Okay. Jesus.
I'll need my keys to enter room 509. I should probably check the break room.
She's so needy. Was the breaker... Oh, she clicked B for us. Okay. Good to know. Hey, dude. Locker room, laundry room, break room. Oh, gosh, that switched weirdly. He almost ran into the shelves. This is such a nice hotel, and then it's like desk lamp or like table lamp on floor.
Shoot, it's locked. I guess I'll have to get Linda's master key instead.
And where might that be? Anthony? Showcase. Does she have a locker as well, or just the boys? Okay, okay. Linda doesn't have one here. Do you want to go?
It's locked.
Oh, thought maybe we could go through his locker. Just hanging there ominously.
Hypocrite bitch. What did Linda do?
What do you mean, what did Linda do? Linda has been so rude to Wendy. Linda, my wife will be at her parents' tonight, so come by my house at 8 p.m. and make sure you bring the new lingerie I bought you. B. Oh.
Oh, Linda. What would your husband think of all this? There aren't that many people whose names start with
There's
a B
certainly
around here.
not. There is certainly not that many people. We'll clean it off. This does not come off easy. I feel like we're gonna get caught cleaning it off. Should we throw this away? Okay.
That'll do.
I just don't feel like we
make sure I
need to
don't
be,
forget to
like,
return it.
mean.
To be tossed aside by your best friend like that? Oh, Wendy, that's a special brand of heartbreak.
What's going on in here? Toilet. Okay.
Right, the master key only unlocks the guests' rooms. I'll have to get my keys later. At least I can get into 509 now.
That was so stupid. Please, just, like, that was so stupid. This is the elevator, right? Yeah. Right, I just happened to
something.
Hey, Andrew. On break already?
No, not yet. I have to deliver something to our VIP guest.
Again?
Yeah, the requests just keep on coming. What about you? Aren't you supposed to be in 509?
I'm heading up now. I just had to grab Linda's master key before I could continue our investigation.
Ah, gotcha. What a day, huh? Tending to an eccentric VIP guest, discovering, well,
secret
what
lair
you discovered in 505. Pretty exciting as far as a workday at the Clarington goes.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. That's not all, though.
Someone's crying in the bathroom. I don't know someone's crying in the bathroom.
While I was looking for my keys, I found some graffiti on Linda's door.
No way. What is it?
The words, hypocrite bitch, in red lipstick.
Hypocrite
Wonder
bitch.
who could have written it.
Call this an educated guess, but Wendy has a pretty solid
Yeah, that's
motive
what I
to
was
me.
saying.
You'd have to be living under a rock to miss how Linda's been treating her lately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Linda is being too harsh, but also Wendy shouldn't have done that. If Bernard hears about this, I mean, I kind of don't want to get involved. All of these! Honestly, all of these. We already got involved by erasing it, but also Linda's being too harsh.
Yeah, Linda's been pretty bad to Wendy. I'm not surprised she snapped.
Remember her birthday? Bobby slipped her a slice of cake from the kitchen, and along came Linda to confiscate it, telling Wendy she was doing her a favor. I don't know how Wendy managed to keep her cool.
If it had been me, I probably would have burst into tears.
Yeah, well, Sophie, you don't really
Interpersonal conflict
come
makes for a
across as
good
the
read,
most
but in real life it can be a
strongest
bit much to
of
deal
people.
with. You've always been good at staying above it, though. You get along with everyone.
What happens when you're a pushover? What is this? The heart icon indicates flirting options. We could flirt with Andrew. Okay, I know he seems sus. Hear me out. I know he seems sus, but he's just a cute little ginger boy. Flirt! Flirt!
I don't think I get along with everyone, but some people are worth getting friendlier with. Like you.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad not everyone
Make his
around here
little
thinks I'm
ginger
some
boy
creep
face
whore.
blush.
Wait till Beth hears this.
What?
Well, it was nice to chat. Don't let me keep you, though. I have to head to maintenance anyway. Maybe Eugene can help me find the product our guest of honor is looking for.
Yeah, we've both got a lot on our plates today.
I'll be ready and waiting for your updates on H&M. Take care.
You too.
Don't look at his butt. Don't look at his butt. Don't look at his butt. We need to leave the... Oh, she said someone's crying in the bathroom. Should we go to the bathroom and then leave? Because I want to see if it will show us who's crying in the bathroom. So she's like, someone's crying in the bathroom. Someone is crying in the bathroom.
What is it?
I figured it was Wendy.
It's Sophie. Are you alright?
Do I sound alright?
No, I guess not.
You think Jackie broke up with her? Just be honest.
I was in the break room earlier, and I couldn't help but overhear your argument with Jacques. I'm sorry he let Linda get to his head. He should be trusting you, not her.
Yeah, well.
I know I wouldn't be your first pick, but I'm here if you need to talk.
Maybe later. I just can't talk about it. I can't talk about it right now. I'm sorry I was rude.
It's okay.
Sophie?
Yeah?
Thank you.
We stan Wendy. Even though we erased her message, but we were just preventing her from getting fired. Are any of these?
Off limits.
Okay. Poor Wendy. Okay, now we can leave after Weeping Wendy. Oh. I don't like these little notifications. Like, I get it, but we also don't need to reread what we just did. It is nice for if we need to go back, though. Do you think it updates the character sheets whenever we find new info like that? Like if we go to Wendy. Oh, it does. I feel for Wendy so much. Right? If your best friend turns on you, your boss has made it her personal mission to get you fired, and your fiance is nowhere to be found. Who could blame her for needing a good cry in the bathroom? It does update it. Wait. Where's Andrew? After what I saw in room 505, I knew I needed someone dependable to speak to, and Andrew came through. His cleverness is an asset, and it doesn't hurt that he's read about everything under the sun. If there's anyone I trust with knowing about my snooping and helping me to get to the bottom of this, it's him. And also, look how handsome he is. And we have big major crush on Ginger Boy. Was it down this way? No, it's down this way. Who put that there? Hello? Oh, maybe it was this way. I really wish Sophie could run. $509. Girl, you didn't even knock first. Wow, look at all their shopping bags. Don't mind if I take some. Do you think we have to get into their safe as well? Oh, gloves like we saw in the drawer.
For poor Rebecca. Hang in there, Reb.
Yep. For poor Rebecca. Tuxedo, pair of pants, 2 shirts, tie. Oh, because it's a dry clean. Okay.
Looks like someone had quite the shopping spree.
Love to have a nice little shopping spree like that.
I'll hold off on throwing this out just yet. The food's practically untouched.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, someone was sleeping on the couch? Is that what you're trying to get me to look at? Okay, we read that already out in the hall. What is this? Mr. Hector Cruz. Insurance agent. Clean that. Is there more in there? What is
Looks
that?
like someone tore that note apart, but I'm missing some pieces. I can't make out what's written.
A puzzle? That'll be cool. What is this? Oh. A rosary?
Someone's been sleeping here. I should leave it as it is. Wow. You look like a couple out of a magazine.
You guys do look very beautiful. Oh, my dog. My dog.
This person looking for you back in Texas, was he really just a coworker?
I cannot believe you decided to renew your vows so far away from the family. Your father and I are very disappointed, and so are your sisters. Montreal, what a strange destination. I would not be surprised if this was another one of your wife's ideas. I met Luciana in town yesterday. She has 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls, and is pregnant with her 6th. Juan has just bought them that nice house on the corner of Prado and Ramos. Imagine if you had married her like you were supposed to. You would have your own family by now. Yesterday, I also drove by your home to get the mail. As I was leaving, I met a man who was looking for you. I think he is one of your colleagues from work, but I am not sure. I told him you were in Montreal and we'd be back next week. When do you come back exactly? I hope you can be there for your uncle's birthday party on Friday. I'll make your favorite cake, your mother. Okay. I know this is controversial. I know some people have different relationships with their parents than I do. Mine's a very lax relationship, okay? But, like, if you are a full-grown human being, your mom should not be having this kind of, like, I know she just misses him, but she's also being so rude. She's like, well, if you had married her, like, you were supposed to, instead of, like, this woman that you're with now. And you can tell that there's bitterness in the fact that he is so far away from home, but, like, let your kids live. Okay, if they want to run off to Montreal, let them run off to Montreal. Like, I understand, but I also don't understand at the same time. And I think my not understanding is more than my understanding in these kind of situations. Also, 6 kids? Bruh. Like, that's a lot.
SW. Looks like you had a few appointments with him, Mr. Cruz. Or her.
Or her. There's only ever, like, one thing to click on these. Oh, could we do, like, next page? No. That's really all that was in here? Alright. What? Montreal vacation. So they just have everything, like, booked out. Looks like hotel, restaurant, yeah, Harry's Diner. Yeah, these are just their expenses. Let me take that. Okay. It doesn't really look like there's much for us to do in this one. There's a box. Is that a suitcase? We like going through suitcases. Bernie? Is that what that said?
Mrs. Cruz got her personal information stolen. Is Mr. Morgan behind it?
Dear Mrs. Cruz, we wish to apologize on behalf of our company for the privacy breach that occurred on the 25th of September, and thank you for calling it to our attention. We are currently investigating the breach and trying to understand how this individual was able to obtain your personal information. Rest assured that we will put measures in place to make sure the situation does not repeat itself. Your privacy is and always will be one of our top priorities. Sincerely, Harold Fernie and John Weissman. But what is this?
Who could blame you for seeking help? I'd do the same in your shoes.
SOS 5 and 8.
Still look random, but I can't figure out what they mean.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything on the back? No.
Locked. It looks like the code is made up of 4 letters.
Okay. Cute little rose petals. Anything to inspect in here? Apparently not. What is this? Oh, those are hair curlers. I was like, what are these? A brassiere. Is that oil? Oh, Lysol. Oh, this is the stuff that we saw that's like, fix your relationship, you're concerned about your hygiene, and you're worried your husband is too? Use our Lysol. Pills provide birth control. Development of a contraceptive pill believed to be the ultimate form of birth control was reported yesterday to a group of journalists. Oh look, NT. The pill was tested among 218 women. Despite reports of some undesirable effects, Dr. Tenenbaum said the pill shows great promise for the future.
These scribbles don't look random, but I can't figure out what they mean.
Well, we need them for the thing, I'm sure. So, like, we have something... It's like in space T or in space T. I don't know. I'll write them down. Oh, or do you think we'll make it with these? Oh. Oh, it's on the table. Hello?
Hello.
Ooh.
Hello. Andrew? Is that you?
That's not suspicious at all. Call reception. Keller Hubs.
Clarington Hotel reception desk.
Andrew?
Hey, Sophie.
Did you just call me?
No, I didn't.
Then who called?
I'm not sure I understand.
Somebody called me.
They said nothing. All I could hear was static and breathing.
That's pretty unsettling.
Super unsettling.
Hang on. Hey, Beth, you got a minute? No. Give me a second, Sophie.
Beth.
Okay, so Beth tells me she just patched a call through to 509.
Did she recognize the caller's voice?
Oh, do you think maybe it was Mr. Morgan?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let me check. Okay, it was a male voice, but she's not sure whether it was Mr. Morgan's or not.
Did she notice anything else?
Is it gonna make me say no more calls to 509?
She says it sounded like a bell rang in the background. Like
Ding.
an elevator bell. So she assumed whoever was calling was one of our guests.
You didn't see Mr. Morgan come back to the hotel, did you?
No. I get why you're on edge, but I don't see any way he could know you're in 509. I haven't spoken to anyone about this.
I know you didn't. Can you ask Beth not to patch any calls here for a while?
Yeah, sure thing.
Thanks. I haven't had time to check all of 509 yet, so I better get back to it.
Wait a second. I just remembered something about this morning. I can't believe I didn't think about it before.
What is it?
A few minutes after Mr. Morgan knocked over that vase in the lobby, I saw Mrs. Cruz rush out of the hotel, all alone.
Really? Do you know what time it was exactly?
I think it was a minute or two after 10. What?
I remember hearing a loud noise on the 5th floor right around that time. Like a door slamming really hard.
You think it was her?
Maybe. Did you notice anything
I want to
weird
know all
about
the
her?
info.
No. She passed by the front desk so fast I barely had time to see her. Although,
Yeah?
I've always seen the Cruzes as a pair. I suppose it is a bit odd that she left without her husband. Maybe she was sneaking out. Or maybe she was following Mr. Morgan.
Yeah. Hopefully I can make sense of all of this.
I'm sure you can. Give me a call as soon as you've found something, okay?
Okay. Thanks for the info.
Hey. Can we clean these up as well? It's not prompting me. Back to it. Can we read those? No. I like wrote it back in. It looks like there's something back there. Oh no, it's just the wall. Silly me. You guys don't have anything in your drawers? Okay, what about in this? What might this be?
Am I reading this right? The account's been emptied.
Ooh, that's rough. Look at
I
this.
don't see someone withdraw $5,000
Yeah.
every day. Just what could have made you empty out your entire bank account?
Ooh, doodles. She's a doodler. Probably close that so they don't know that we've been snooping. You're a professional at this, though. Right. Did we find all of the... It's a four...
It looks like the code is made up of 4 letters.
I was hoping it would let me, like, look at it. Is there any way that we can make... Oh, do you think it's in the bathroom? The rest of the note? Just read the title of the stream, LOL. Well, you know, we're snooping. Here we go. Oh, this is not gonna... Music notes. Okay. This is clearly like the edge. This is the top of something. Maybe there? I don't know where you go yet. You already know my dirty little secrets. Is this... Okay, so it's only that big. Okay. Can you line up? Yes. Okay, you got a little catty corner. That's not what I asked of you. I asked you to line up. Now, what is this game about? We're being stalked. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much more that I know than that. So we're a maid based in the 1950s, and we have a snooping problem. We like to go through everybody's stuff. Well, it turns out somebody caught us, all right? And they took a bunch of photos of us being little snoopers. And so now we're finding out more information about that. And right now we're in a husband and wife's room.
It's
yeah.
kind of code.
It's all very mysterious. Still don't know what's really going on. Can we break that code? I don't know how to break that code. Could you just tell me the answer? You're a little genius, Sophie.
Locked. It looks like the code is made up
Are you
of
kidding me?
4 letters.
Are you kidding me? You're joking. What's this? You really think I'm gonna be able to break this? This is gonna be so tough. Can we find more hints around the room? Oh, wasn't there symbols in here? Right. Okay. This.
Oh, these symbols match some of the ones on the torn message.
Okay. Why are you scanning the... Oh, because my thing is over here. I was like, why are you scanning the entire thing? It was me the whole time. So, equal signs are 5s. Oh my gosh, my pen stopped working. Equal signs are 5s. 8s are W's. There was more, right? In here. Oh, maybe there wasn't more in here. Never mind. Oh, sorry. Can you go back? Was there anything on this? Oh. G's are N's. And P's are T's? Okay. Oh, wait, there's more in the top, too. These are parentheses and C's are end parentheses. Maybe we should go fill out what we have and then see what's left. Because we still don't know what 4s are, but these are W's. I was hoping... Oh, maybe that was the only one. Equal signs. Wait, what did it fill out over here? Oh, O's are 5s. Oh, because it was SOS. And S's are equal signs. That's what it was. So these are S's. These are O's. G's are N's. P's are T's. What? There we go. What else did I have? B's. Are I don't see any of those in here. I don't see any parentheses. C's, WPT, 5. Okay, so I think this is all we have for now. Was I supposed to click on all those? I just started writing them down. I didn't bother clicking. There's nothing in there. I don't think there was anything on this. No. What about you? One thing's for sure. You love solving puzzles. I absolutely love solving puzzles. Am I good at it? Usually not. Do I like trying? Absolutely. Maybe there's more in the bathroom or on this. Imagine creating a secret code though and then leaving random notes in the most random spots.
These are lovely. I wish you'd had more confidence in yourself.
I still love you as much as I did on the day I met you. I will always remember the first time I saw you in that beautiful blue-red dress on the... It seems like only yesterday when I first... 10 years ago I promised I would always love you and... Oh, these are the renewed vows. Everything changed the day you came into my life. I hope it will change again when a new member enters our family. I hope we can soon expand our family. You know how important family is to me. Oh my gosh. It's a lot, honestly. We're not gonna throw that away. Oh, is that a bar soap? We probably want that. We gotta get them new. Oh, his and hers! Okay, we gotta clean the mirror. Nice. Perfect. Shiny, clean. Do they need more TP? They seem fine. Look at this bathtub! This is a cool bathtub. Okay. That looks pretty clean. We need new towels for them. Where's our cart? There's our cart. Oh, we need 2, don't we? Okay. Nice. Were there any more notes in here? Because we need to figure out more of our...
No combination, no entry.
We need more codes. Or do you think we have to go back to the other room? Because there was some... maybe that's what it is. Can we go back to 505? Because they might be on the dinner checks. Where was the other room? Did I pass it? It's right here. Like on his red wall of weird... Weston's. What about this? Oh, wait.
Yes, these are part of the same set. I think I can use this.
Did you write all of them?
These are part of the same set.
Oh, that is L.
I think I can use this.
So 2 is A. Okay. 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 Are there any others? T is 30. Just want to see if we can find anything else. Okay, maybe not. So let's go back. There wasn't anything on the table, was there? I don't think so. Let's go back. Okay, so these are definitely L's. 2s are A's. That was not all we... B's are G's. Do we... We don't have any. Because G's are N's. But B's are G's. This is definitely I. There's no way it's not I. How many other places do you think these are? Because there's no way we're gonna guess like this word. I feel like this is an E. Does lean have an E on it though? But it has to be a vowel. It's up here.
More of these symbols.
Oh, wait.
Just what I was looking for.
Okay, maybe there was. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't see those there before. So 4 is definitely I. We just looked at that. What is this? I don't think there was anything on this. Now I'm like triple making sure. But it won't let me closely inspect those ones, so that's gotta be... I can't believe I didn't see those before. Okay, so do we have enough now? I just want to solve it. So these are definitely I's. And what else do we have? H's are squiggles. This. I don't like when we find ones that don't pertain to us, like B and C. And there was one more. What was it? V and G. I feel like this is the. Right? But why would 2 of them be T's? Oh, is this... Wait. I will leave notes in the vent next to... your room. I bet that's it.
I will leave notes in the vent next to your room.
Okay. Gosh, I'm so happy we got that.
Clarington Hotel reception desk. Andrew speaking.
Hey, Andrew. It's me.
Sophie, did you uncover anything in 509?
I did. I found a message written in strange symbols. A kind of secret code.
What? Awesome. Did you crack it?
Heck yeah.
I will leave notes in the vent next to your room.
It only took us like an hour and a half, but...
Odd thing to do.
Yeah. And whoever the message was intended for went through a lot of trouble to hide it. It was torn in a dozen pieces and scattered in 3 different trash cans.
So the cruises are keeping secrets from each other. Do you think maybe one of them's having an affair?
I think blackmail's more likely. Right? I don't think it's an affair. They seem super obsessed with each other. I mean, the guy at least is in love with the. I don't know. They seem super obsessed with each other. I feel like it's more likely that it's blackmail. Because her whole bank account was drained as well.
I don't know. It really looks like blackmail.
Blackmail? What makes you say that?
Yeah, emptied bank account.
I found a bank statement belonging to Mrs. Cruz. Her account was emptied very recently.
Emptied? No one does that unless they're in trouble. Or traveling.
What do you mean?
Well, they're not home, so they do need their money handy. Plus, a trip can be pretty costly.
You're not taking out $5,000 to like
Did you find something else
hold in cash, especially when it's your entire bank account.
I also found a letter from some sort of company, Fernie and Weissman. It mentions a security breach.
Targeting the Cruzes?
Just the wife. It seems some of her private information was stolen by someone.
Okay, it can't be a coincidence that she would withdraw all of her money right after a security breach. Whatever it is they found out, she was willing to pay them to keep quiet about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It could be blackmail for sure. Do you think Mr. Morgan's the blackmailer?
No.
Oh, maybe he's the one who called here before.
Yeah. He could have called to ask for more money, and then freaked out when he didn't recognize your voice.
I'll go have a look at the vent that's mentioned in the message, just to be sure we're on the right track.
I don't know, it doesn't feel correct.
It's almost break time for me. If you need my help again, you can ask Beth to patch you through to the break room.
All right. Enjoy your break.
Thanks, Sophie.
You're welcome, Andrew. Okay, the vent next to your room. So we gotta check all the vents now? My gosh, we haven't checked this in a minute. Oh my gosh, we haven't checked this in a minute. Go back. Go back. Go back. Going to see if I can figure out which vent they were talking about. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to find some of those notes and see how much water my theory holds. Just how much water does our theory hold? Did we finish cleaning in here, by the way? Check in vents. Lord. What was that?
I've been waiting for this all morning.
Now's probably not a good time to disturb Bernard.
No vent. Oh, there is a vent, but I doubt it's this room. It is this room.
Can't open these without a screwdriver. I've never seen two people more suited for each other.
This looks like a puzzle.
They need to.
Oh, do you think this is... Oh, wait, that says Andrew, doesn't it? Oh, Eugene. What is going on? I don't think that's right. Linda. This doesn't look like it fits together, but I think it is. Oh no, it's not Andrew, it's there. Yeah.
Highest priority, huh? That means Eugene's probably working in Bernard's office right now.
Eugene, Bernard tells me there is a cold draft coming from his window and it's turning his office into a freezer. Fixing this should be your highest priority today, Linda. Oh. Dear Eugene.
Like Eugene asked Bernard to stop opposing the construction of the new psychiatric hospital.
I was unaware.
Bernard was Bernard.
Keep interrupting me, Sophie. See what happens. I was unaware of your daughter's condition. I can only imagine how difficult this must be for you and your wife, but do not worry. You only have to look at my brother to see how rotten apples grow even in the best of families. As for your request, I am afraid I am unable to grant it. Mr. Weston is both a good friend of mine and a benefactor of the Clarington, so it would be inappropriate for me to oppose him. Also, considering his great influence in this city, I have no doubt he will manage to prevent the hospital's construction no matter what. Thank you for understanding. Dang. Shop owners against new mental hospital. A group of downtown Montreal businessmen and shop owners met with Mayor Sardo Fournier last week to air their grievances concerning. Did we read this already? William Weston, manager of Weston's department store. Yeah, I think this is where we recognize the Weston name from. The hospital will be first of its kind in Montreal. As patients would be free to come and go as they please. Maybe we didn't read this. Dr. David Blunt, the young psychiatrist behind the initiative, believes that allowing patients to maintain a connection with the outside world will facilitate their full return to society once their treatment is over. I kind of understand the concern for the local citizens if that's the case, but at the same time, like, no. Because I feel like if someone was actually a danger to other people, then that's whenever their privileges would be revoked. And everyone that has, like, a mental issue is not a threat.
Oh, Eugene. I had no idea.
Dear Eugene, a friend of mine has heard from her hairdresser, who's heard from her sister-in-law, who works as the secretary to the mayor, that the city plans on building a new mental hospital right next to the Clarington. Imagine, Denise could get the care she needs while staying close to home. It's almost too good to be true. I don't dare get my hopes up, but still, I'll keep my ear to the ground and keep you posted as soon as I have more news. Warm wishes, Joyce. Can we take a screwdriver? That's what we're here for.
Shoot, no screwdriver. What's life without a little challenge?
What, you want to use one of these other things? That's what I would do. I'd grab this thing. When in doubt, grab a butter knife, you know?
This must be Eugene with his daughter. He looks like a caring father.
So Eugene, what a little old man. There's really... Be like Barbara. Barbara always wears appropriate makeup. Be like Mary. Mary always makes sure to wear her uniform properly.
Eugene's a pro at fixing the fuse box whenever there's a power outage.
Okay, so what do you want me to do then? Find a screwdriver somewhere else? I thought there was one on that ladder. I was like, wow, how convenient. Do we still have a cup on us? Can we go down to the basement? There was another, like, room down there. Is that him? Don't look at me like that. You've been stalking me. Oh no, that's Bernard.
It's, Miss Bellevet, isn't it?
What?
Yes, sir?
Oh, Roy.
Oh, right.
I don't care who he thinks you are, Sophie. You just say yes and move on.
You're the one who took last week off, aren't you? You had to, take care of your sister, I think?
Mother. My mother. She's very sick.
No, I hope this doesn't become a recurring thing. I need to know I can count on you.
I understand, sir.
What are you doing here, anyway? Are you on break?
This icon indicates a lie. Lies may get you out of a tough spot, but be careful not to get caught in a lie. I feel like we should just be like, no, I need it. Oh, but then he's gonna ask us why. Gross. We should just say, yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
Don't take too long.
No, I won't.
We'll be back up in a jiff. Why do we have the manager's office for a screwdriver?
What's going on?
Oh, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Seems I've made a habit of sneaking up on you today.
Hi, Andrew.
Spying on Bernard again?
No, I'm looking for a screwdriver. For the vent. Linda asked Eugene to fix Bernard's window.
Ah, gotcha.
Eugene?
What? you should go have a look. You know what? I'll stand guard by the elevator and holler if Bernard approaches.
Okay, thanks. I'll be quick.
What the? What happened to him? Bro.
Aha! Let's get you to that vent.
Can we pick it up, please? Thank you.
Opposing something that could help so many people just because it's close to your hotel? This is ridiculous.
What? You cold-hearted... What is that last word? Enjoy the cold, you cold-hearted prick. I think that's what it is. Dear Mr. Weston, I would like to thank you again for agreeing to this partnership between the Clarington Hotel and Weston's department store. Thanks to your generous help, renovations are well underway and the hotel has never looked better. You should come visit soon when your busy schedule allows it, of course. On another note, it has come to my attention that you have formed a group of local businessmen to oppose the construction of the new mental hospital. After working so hard to elevate the Clarington standards, I cannot allow a band of cuckoos to move in my backyard. Should you accept it, it would be an honor and a privilege to join your fight. Cordially, yours sincerely, Bernard Leduc. Handwritten by Eugene. Enjoy the cold, you cold-hearted prick. Yeah.
So, I take it the open window was not an accident. Can't say I blame you, Eugene. With this blizzard, Bernard's office will be a skating rink by the end of the day. Best to avoid that. This does not look like a nice brotherly check-in. I had no idea things were this bad between Bernard and Raymond.
Dear brother, I thank you for your invaluable input, but need I remind you the terms of our agreement. I did my part, I got you out of jail, and have ensured that news of your deviant ways would not leak. Now, I expect you to keep your side of the bargain and stay out of my way. You are not in charge of the hotel anymore. I've worked relentlessly these past few years to return the Clarington to its former glory, a great challenge considering the poor state you left it in. I'm glad Father never got to see you so shamelessly destroyed his legacy. As for me, I will be dead too before I listen to a single word of advice from you. You ask I lower our prices, but I can tell you I plan on doing just the opposite. My guests will only be a la creme de la creme. Your deviant friends can find themselves another place for their sinful debaucheries. Enjoy your retirement. What do you want me to highlight? This?
What Bernard considers sinful debaucheries could fill an encyclopedia. Could be anything from wild parties to guests walking around with their ankles exposed.
Could you imagine? Exposed ankles? Oh, the sin. The shame. The horror. What's in your drawers? Decide winner for Employee of the Month reward. Probably not gonna be us if he catches us doing this. What are we even? We're here for the screwdriver. Oh!
Is this Linda's?
Gross. They're not very good at hiding their, Mr. Leduc, my employer has made the following request. To avoid unwanted attention, his identity should remain secret to both guests and staff. The temperature in room 602 should be kept at exactly 22 degrees Celsius. It's kind of warm. His dog should be fed the very best roast beef. His room should be cleaned every day at 11:30 a.m. on the dot. Eggs should be banned from his room service orders. No one should disturb him between the hours of 4 and 5 p.m. More requests shall follow once my employer takes possession of his room. Thank you. So that's the mystery suspense person or whatever. I mean, I don't personally feel like we need to go through everything in here, so maybe we should just leave.
Do you remember that loose tile from last week?
Yes?
Well, I'm afraid it hasn't been properly repaired.
What do you mean?
I mean that
It's still broken, sir. Someone put a rug on top of it, but you can still hear it crack. I'm just checking to make sure guests don't
That's
trip over it.
close.
Is that part of your job description?
No. No, it isn't, sir.
Oh, well, then I suggest you stop worrying about Miss Belivet. What were you doing in my office?
I was looking for a screwdriver. No. He's gonna want to know why. And he just did the, is it part of your job description?
I was simply closing the door. Someone left it ajar.
Really? But that doesn't explain what you're doing on this floor. You know very well the cleaning staff isn't supposed to wander around the lobby for no reason. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you, Miss Belivet?
No, we're not gonna say
no, I
yes
swear,
now.
It's my fault, sir. I spilled my coffee, and so I asked Sophie to come clean it up.
Your coffee? Mr. Rossi, you're not supposed to have beverages at the front desk.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Come with me.
Oh, Andrew.
Sorry.
Oh. Gosh. Go back to the front. I hate when okay. Raymond. Bernard's brother. Before Bernard ran the Clarington, the hotel was in Raymond's hand. From everything I've heard, Raymond's style of running a hotel was as different from Bernard as day is tonight. I thought my family was complex, but the Ledukes are another level. Bernard allegedly kept Raymond out of jail and kept any word of his deviant ways from spreading, and for that he Oh, I'm a little worried about you. Wait.
I told you that before, but you're so uptight. Cigarette?
No, thank you, sir. I don't smoke.
You see, that's what I'm talking about. Your perfect choir boy routine works well with guests, but what about outside of work? Do you ever unwind?
Of
What?
course I do, sir. I like to read and go to the movie theater. And
What is this
that's not what I
conversation?
mean. Do you have any lady friends? You're not a homosexual, are you?
What? No, sir. Actually, there's a girl here that I quite like.
Really? Well, I wouldn't usually condone relationships between staff and guests, but...
No, she's not a guest. She works here.
Oh, Andrew. Some of the women here may be good looking, but trust me, a working woman's nothing but trouble. Once they get their first job, they start having all these funny ideas about women's liberation.
Shut up,
Look at Elizabeth. Well, she's very easy on the eyes, isn't she? But marry her, and she'll push you around for the rest
Also,
of your
he's
life.
literally banging
What you need
a woman who
is
works
a
here.
nice girl to wait for you at home with a good meal cooking on the stove.
Anyway, we should
That'd be
probably
nice.
walk away. But he kind of said he has a crush on us.
No, you're right. That shouldn't be there. I'll have someone...
Time to see what secrets that vent is holding.
Yeah. He said he has a crush on someone that works here. We work here. And we have a crush on him. Let's get into this stinking vent now.
Oh, I guess I'm free to disturb room 508 now. But that's where Bernard and Linda were. Ew.
What are you? Oh. I didn't know what it was highlighting down the bottom. I was like, a mouse. Yes. I see. Hello? Oh. Hello? Okay, maybe it doesn't want me to do that one. We're gonna do the old. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, nice. It filled in the rest of it for us. Okay. Does this E? Last time I did it backwards, so I don't know. Oh. These are L for sure. 4s are I's. 8s were H's? No, W's. Do we have these? M. And I think these are T's. Meet me tonight in my room. That's a C. Michael will be sleeping. Oh! We need to discuss our plan.
Meet me tonight in my room. Michael will be sleeping.
Our plan for
We need
what?
to discuss our plan.
What if Bernard heard about this?
Clarington Hotel reception desk. Andrew speaking.
It's me.
Hey, you got anything good for me?
I found another secret message.
I found another message written in secret code.
And?
It says, meet me tonight in my room. Michael will be sleeping. We need to discuss our plan.
Who's Michael? A guest's husband?
I don't know. It's the first time I'm hearing of a Michael in this story.
Yeah, the cast keeps getting bigger. I'll just check the logbook.
Okay.
There's a Michael staying in room 507.
Mrs. Beaumont's room?
Is
But she
there?
doesn't have a husband. She's here alone with... Oh! Michael must be her son. I got him some extra blankets the other day so he could build a fort.
That's really nice of you. So, Mrs. Beaumont is linked to the cruises, huh? I have a feeling
Everybody's
we may be
linked,
approaching the
apparently.
climax of this story.
I guess I should go have a look at 507, but it's not on my list. There's a do not disturb sign on the door.
How about I call up there? You know, to make sure no one's home.
Good idea.
Just a sec. Well, it looks like the room is ready for your
The
snooping.
phone line
My
going
lady.
crazy.
Thank you, good sir. I'll call you back.
Hey. Anne Beaumont is one of 2 guests staying in room 507, the other being her son Michael. She's a divorcee. I don't know how that information got out the first time, but since then, Linda's made sure we wouldn't forget it. Of course. So Michael is Anne's son. I thought his name was Mitchell this entire time, probably because anytime we've interacted, he's either been racing down the hallway mid-sentence or talking through a mouthful of sugar frosted pops. No wonder I didn't recognize the name at first. I think Michael must be around 8 or 9. He's a sweet little boy, and he's grown on a lot of the maids here since we've been seeing him around a month now. I think a lot of us will be sad to see him go. His mom asked me for extra blankets once so that he could build a blanket fort. I'm glad he's been enjoying his stay at the Clarington. Staying at hotels when you're a kid must be such an adventure. But why would Marcella want to, like, meet with him? That's weird. He's a child. Like... Oh! Oh. Mrs. Beaumont wants to meet. Duh. Okay.
Looks like I'm headed to room 507.
So we shouldn't clean anything, though, because then she'll know we were here. Just snooping this time.
Mr. Cruz, huh? Numbers, dates, times. What does it all mean?
Interesting. Brandy. Ooh, there's lipstick on both the cups. Do you notice that? I noticed that. Mm-hmm. Oh, is it gonna make me click it?
A lovely shade of lipstick. I know lipstick marks are a pain to scrub off, but they're kind of charming.
Lipstick marks are kind of a pain to scrub off. I don't think we can look in all these because they're kind of blocked off, yeah. There's smokes. Everyone's got white gloves lying around. The winds and the leaves that day made a sound that sounded like, really, Anne? The winds and the leaves that day made the tree whistle a soft melody that came to my ear. I remember every part of this day, for it was the day we met. Jesus, this is bad. I was looking for my cat when I heard the sound of the leaves blowing in the wind like a melody to my ear on this summer day where I met you. Is Anne helping her write her vows then, maybe? Oh, we can't clean, but what if there's something down there?
Aw, that's so sweet. I didn't do much, but I'm glad it meant something to you.
That's cute. Dear Sophie, thank you so much for taking care of our room every day and bringing us extra sheets. Michael and I wanted to give you a little something before we left. Sincerely. We can't pick that up. They'll know we were in here. They didn't want us... Did I just look in there? I think I did. Yeah.
That look in your eyes. What does it mean?
You don't need to know my name, but you've seen me. I recognized that look in your eyes when I checked in. You and I don't need to make a fuss out of this. You keep your wits about you, and I'll do the same. What do you want? This?
Either a guest got a hold of our stationery, or this came from someone on the staff.
Ooh. Two keys?
Locked. The key has to be around here somewhere. So a husband can abuse his wife and just get away with it? And people like Linda still think divorce is wrong? Ugh.
Dear Anne, I have met with Luis and he has asked me to give you the enclosed letter. I think I should reiterate that some of your accusations, such as wife abuse, are not grounds for divorce in Quebec. I understand you are hurt, but I do not think antagonizing your husband is very wise at the moment. Do not forget to be in court at 11 a.m. on the 20th. Be on time. Also, a friendly reminder that my fees for January need to be paid before the end of this month. I'm happy to help you out, but I cannot work pro bono on this. Sincerely, Howard. Dang. Is this just a book? Yeah. Adam or Eve, A Confession of a Shocking, Forbidden Love. Is this another lesbian book? Should Rose stay in a marriage that no longer makes her happy or seek refuge in the arms of a woman who truly understands her? She has tasted the forbidden fruit years ago, and now she is all she can think of. But what will her family and society as a whole think of her if she turns to a life of sin? Should she be condemned for even entertaining the thought of leaving her husband or pitied for having to make such a heartbreaking decision? Ah, it's the same author as And They Were Roommates and The Lonely Girl. Adam or Eve is her 7th novel. That's nice. Empty frame? Okay.
Funny how some games really stand the test of time. I used to play this with Mom all the time. Sounds like this is from your school days, but the name of the sender is smudged.
Dear Anne, you were right. I miss the snow already. It's so hot right now in Texas. It's quite a shock after the cool weather of Montreal. My family has never seen snow before, and I could not find the words to tell them how beautiful it is. They don't understand what they are missing. I wish I could build my brothers a snowman like the one we built together a few weeks ago. I know it's childish, but I had not had that much fun in years. Christmas was exhausting. 9 days of eating, singing, dancing. It's great fun, but I am glad it's over so I can rest a little. Of course, celebrations will resume for New Year, but it gives me a few days to relax. How are things going with your family? I know you don't get along well, but I hope you are still able to have a good time. I'll leave for Montreal on the 8th. I cannot wait to be back. I miss finding black cat hairs all over my clothes. I miss our late night studying sessions at Harry's. I even miss Sister Miller's classes, if you can believe it. I'll see you soon. Warm wishes. So this has to be from one of the, you know, the couple. Either from the husband or wife. I'm assuming the wife. It seems like they're friends. Because they said Texas, and that's where they're from. To Anne Bursey, subject Michael's withdrawal from school. Dear Mrs. Bursey, we have successfully processed your request to withdraw your son, Michael Bursey, from his school. I thought it was Beaumont. From his school schedule and system under the agreement that you will continue his education from home. Following this letter, you will receive the list of books and school materials you need to purchase in order to follow the curriculum from home. A social worker will be in touch to help you understand our milestones so that your son can benefit from our programs from the comfort of his home. Thank you for thinking of your son's education. Director Donald Byron. What the? Oh, look how cute.
Oh, Michael. Adults can be so confusing. I promise it's not you.
Dad, I'm sorry, but Mom asked me not to tell you the name of our hotel. She allowed me to talk about our room, though. We have 2 little beds, a radio, and even a television. Mom let me build a fort, and the maid brought us extra blankets. She's really nice. The hotel is nice, too, but I miss home. I wish Mom and you could be happy. I wish everything could go back to the way it was before, but Mom says it's impossible. She says she no longer loves you. Do you think she'll ever stop loving me, too? Yeah, you probably shouldn't just be like, I no longer love your father. Like, that's just, like, kind of messed up.
So you were eager to set up a meeting, but didn't want anyone noticing.
I hope you're well in spite of the circumstances. We've been on the train for 2 days now. It's a long ride, made even longer by the fact I cannot wait to see you again. We're scheduled to arrive in Montreal on the eve of Valentine's Day. I booked room 509. It's a marital suite. When we arrive, please refrain from talking to me until we can figure out a safe way to see each other. Say hello to Michael for me. M. Mrs. Beaumont, Clarington Hotel. So, and they were roommates. You know what I'm saying? The scandal. So Mrs. Beaumont and the wife, it seems, are maybe a little more than friends. I'm thinking they might be a little more than friends. Sugar Frosted Pops. Drawing contest? Did he make a drawing? What was I supposed to be searching for in
You know
here?
the drill, Sophie. Let's sweep and snoop.
But I don't think we're sweeping. We're just snooping, right? Oh, but we didn't check all the rooms. They leave letters in the most random places.
All but outright threatening you. Oh, I hope you can stay as far away from him as possible.
I just met with your damn lawyer. You've got some balls to accuse me of all that. As if you were so irreproachable yourself. Do you think I don't know where you spend your nights? But worst of all is that you won't let me see my son. You won't even tell me where he is. If you think you have a chance to get custody, you really don't know me well. I won't let you take Michael away from me. What is this? Oh, it's a lipstick thing.
Someone grew tired of looking at your face, Mr. Beaumont.
Look at the dog, though. I don't think we're supposed to clean. Did we get a character update? Doing well. I'm glad to hear. Mr. Beaumont, Anne's husband for now. Their relationship is not in a good place, to put it lightly. It seems his wife fled with their son and is now trying to divorce him. Mr. Beaumont is clearly hurt, but a wounded, cornered animal can be just as dangerous, if not more. I hope there's nothing behind his threats, but knowing that Anne and Michael have had to hide out in a hotel for a month isn't encouraging. Michael and his father are still in contact, judging by the letter Michael's been working on in his pillow fort. I suppose there's the tiniest bit of relief in knowing that he and his son have a good relationship, but Michael can't possibly have the full picture of his parents' relationship and all of its complexities. It's easy to put a parent on a pedestal without knowing the full extent of who they are. Which country do I currently live in the UK, but I am American. I know it's a bit, it throws some people off.
Marcella.
So they knew each other as children? Oh, and they went to Catholic school together. Interesting. Could we open all of them? No. Where could these keys be? I don't want to disturb too many things because I don't want to clean the room and then them know that I was here. But we need to get the keys for this. And I'm like, where could they possibly be hidden? Unless they're just like in the back of these things or something. In here, maybe? There's not many rooms to this one. In the toilet? Can we move this? Or this? No. What is that? Oh, hair rollers. I always get thrown off with the hair rollers. Where are you hiding your keys? I think I've opened that drawer like so. Oh!
Keys are Snoop's best friend.
What? That does not look like a key. We still need one more then, don't we?
I'll need another key to unlock this.
Dang it.
Haven't I seen one just like this somewhere?
Did we? Wait, you didn't tell me that. Where did you see another key just like that, huh? In here? Or in the safe?
Think, Sophie. Where have you seen a key like that one before? In a safe?
Oh, on her neck?
Ah, there you are. With Marcella.
That's great. We're not getting into
God knows
that.
where she is.
Who are you calling?
Warrington Hotel reception desk, Andrew speaking.
We should have guessed.
Sophie, crazy timing.
I didn't know there was gonna be
What is it?
like no chances to interact with Beth once we picked Andrew.
Mr. Morgan had an argument yesterday evening.
Really? Who told you that?
Jacques did. Apparently, it got so heated he had to get involved.
Damn.
And it sounds like I was on the right track, because he heard a particular word thrown around quite a lot. Can you guess what it is?
Cowabunga! I bet it's a fair, actually. I feel like it actually might be a fair.
Exactly.
So are we dictating this story?
Jacques got in the middle of it before it got too intense.
Because I feel like every time we say something, he's like, yes.
Kill Mr. Morgan. So Mrs. Cruz must be having an affair with him, right? And her husband found out?
Maybe, but that doesn't explain Mrs. Beaumont's involvement with Mrs. Cruz.
What do you mean?
I found a chest in room 507. I think it can only be opened by turning 2 keys at once. I found one of them in Mrs. Beaumont's things.
What about the second one?
Well, I remembered seeing a similar key in one of Mr. Morgan's stocking pictures, so I went back to check. Mrs. Cruz wears it as a pendant. It looks identical to Mrs. Beaumont's key.
Let me get this straight. Mrs. Beaumont and Mrs. Cruz own identical keys that open a chest with 2 locks? Okay, there's definitely something going on between them.
Maybe they're just good friends. Maybe they're just like really good friends. I think they're having an affair.
Mrs. Cruz and Mrs. Beaumont might be the ones having the affair.
Yeah.
Really? Well, it is the 1950s after all. I guess anything's possible. Did you find any clues that might support this?
Nothing concrete. I mean, I did find a letter that suggests they may have gone to college together, but they could just as well be good friends, right?
Yeah, that's probably more likely.
I guess we'd know for sure if we could have a look at that chest, but I don't think I'll be able to open it. I've looked around room 509. I would have seen the second key if it was there. Mrs. Cruz must have left with it this morning.
That's what I'm thinking.
Probably.
We were so close. I can't believe it all ends here.
Well, if you get me a candle and some plaster, I may be able to do something about that chest.
How?
I'll tell you later, okay? Just find those things, and I'll meet you in the basement as soon as I can.
All right. Thank you for not giving up.
I would never give up on you.
I would never give up on you. That's so sweet. He loves us. He loves us. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He loves us. Okay. Worn leather cat collar with the name Greta inscribed. I have no idea why Andrew thinks that we can open Anne's chest with candles and plaster, but I was promised an explanation once I made my way to the basement with those 2 items, so I'll just have to put my trust in him. Now, plaster shouldn't be hard to find in a hotel that's undergoing renovations. I walk by bags of the stuff every day. I'll start with that, then see about getting some candles. Alright. Let's go to the basement.
With the renovations, there has to be plaster somewhere on this floor. I should
Okay.
grab some before going down.
Let's go to the end, where all the work is being done. Well, would y'all look at that?
This takes care of half of this little scavenger hunt. As for the candles, doesn't Rebecca keep some in her locker downstairs?
Guess we're gonna find out. Rebecca's the dry cleaner, right? I think so. We're literally doing, like, none of our job today, though. The lockers. Oh.
Is there anything you might have said or done to anger him?
Where are you? I think you're in there.
All I need to say is that maybe, from his perspective...
Why is Carol's locker open now? And who's Carol? I hope you're having a great first week here. Valentine's Day is always a very busy time, but do not worry, it should calm down soon. I saw you watch us playing cards at lunch yesterday. You're welcome to join us today if you wish. Nicole. That's nice. Carol, here's the chambermaid's guide I talked about. Come see me if you have questions concerning the job or the staff. I can tell you who you should hang out with and who you should avoid. Yvette. Oh, so she's mad at Wendy. That was Wendy's old friend. Okay, so we need to get into Wendy, Susan, Yvette. Victoria, so... Ah, here's ours. This is ours. Tips.
Haven't gotten any tips so far today.
Well, we kind of did, but I didn't want to take them. Ariadne's legacy.
Being recognized for doing a good job. That feeling never gets old.
Sophie, I've noticed a real improvement in the quality of your work lately. I've heard a few guests saying how clean their rooms are after you go through them. Who knows, maybe you'll manage to steal the Employee of the Month reward from Wendy. Does Linda know that we, like, go through people's stuff? Because, like, that is very sus, the way that she worded that.
It's locked.
Oh, that one was ours again. We need to go through Rebecca's. Why is Rebecca's not locked? Can we close ours, please? I don't want people snooping through our things. Conveniently, ironically. Rebecca, the VIP guest in room 602 is getting on my nerves. He keeps ordering food that's not on the menu. We don't usually do special orders, but Bernard is adamant that we make all of his wishes come true. Do I look like a goddamn genie? That's not even the worst of it, though. Every night, he barges into the kitchen as if he's at home, asking for meat for his precious little... We have to read it like this. Meat for his precious little terriers. Who feeds dogs $4 roast beef? I can't even afford $4 roast beef for myself, Bobby. Dang.
So you do have a stash of candles. But where is it?
Rebecca, the kitchen now is out of power again, and I can barely see a thing. Bernard wants us to continue working, but I'm not working, chopping off my fingers for that blowhard. Didn't you start hoarding candles since the last power outage? I remember you saying you never wanted to be caught in the dark basement again. Where's your stash? It's urgent. Please. Please. Bobby. Okay. So where might her stash of candles be? Rebecca's always super prepared and terrified of the dark. If I recall correctly, she keeps a stash of candles somewhere in the hotel. If I want to find them, I think my first stop should be the basement where she spends most of her time. So we just need to look around the basement? She keep them in her purse? Laundry room?
Oh, right. My keys are still in the break room.
She is a... Oh. Oh, the break room's open now. What just happened? Okay, that's fine. Don't know what that was, but it's fine. Have you heard there's a famous movie director staying in 602? Yes, I was there when he checked in. I don't know who he is, but he must be pretty important because Bernard was almost licking his boots. He even let the man bring his dogs in the hotel. He's shooting a picture in Montreal. I've heard he's here on a scout, but I'm not sure what it means. Maybe he's making a picture on Boy Scouts. Do you think he'll shoot in the hotel? I hope he does. Imagine, we could meet famous actors like James Dean! Let's hope the director has supernatural powers because Dean is very much dead. What? James Dean is dead? So that's Jacques. S, I would assume, is us. There has to be someone else with an S name, though. Yvette is Y. What's this? Andrew's book club. What? Let's talk about books and stuff over a nice cup of coffee. Oh, why not? For more details, please contact. Looks like you guys were definitely talking about books. I mean, movies are close relative, right? Oh yeah, that's that same newspaper. Oh! What was that? Okay.
I'm not the one who should be apologizing.
You're such an idiot. I can't believe that I fell in love with you.
Here's your door open.
What? I want my mother to bring back.
There. I don't want it.
Oh my gosh. You said our keys were in here, girl. Where are they? Anything in the trash? Where... Should we clean the dishes? What's this say? To whoever keeps stealing my lunch, I want my Tupperware back. Susan. Oh, maybe that's S. It's your job to report when others don't do theirs.
Syracuse. I guess Andrew went there on a holiday or something.
To all employees, it has come to my attention that several guests have complained about a member of our staff going through their belongings in their absence. This has to stop now. Anyone with information regarding the situation should come to my office as soon as possible. I want the person behind this swiftly identified and reprimanded. Should no one come forward within a week, punitive measures will be taken against all of you. Ooh, why did she say Syracuse? Like, that has nothing to do with this. Bobby, you realize it's the person with the lowest score who wins, right? What are you guys playing? Golf? Darts? No, darts? Wait. I don't know how darts work. Ooh, here's a key. Is this our key?
Gotta hold on to these tight.
Okay. I think those are ours. Let's just pick them up, please. And is that a paper we can read, or is that just a napkin? Oh my gosh, lady, could you... Oh, this is our gossip magazine that we got roasted for reading. Gracie Jones, Dirty Little Secrets Exposed. My title's relevant, okay? Ooh. Bookstore. Looking for the latest bestseller on our new edition of or something old favorite. Good enough. So we have our key. Look at our inventory. Why do we have a lunch sack?
Maybe Bobby took some candles from Rebecca already.
Oh, so you want to go see Bobby? He's in the kitchen, right?
You're forgetting what you came here for.
Oh, she's saying check Bobby's
Better try to get them before
locker.
Andrew gets here.
Dang, Bobby, you just be keeping dishes in here?
No candles, but this looks like the laundry
This
room.
is where I was saying to check.
That must be the location of Rebecca's stash.
Just trash and dishes. Is the laundry room down here? Yeah. Oh, weird. Isn't this where I wanted to go before? Just saying. This one? This looks like the counter. Aha!
Stash uncovered. Reb, you won't mind if I just take one, right?
Better not.
Got a candle. Now,
Do you think she'll even notice? More notes. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, is this a movie script?
Screenplay by E.L. See if James Stewart. Am I crazy, or is that like the E.T. something to do with E.T.? I think I'm crazy. I think I'm just crazy. Ignore me. Movie script, 20-cent in loose change, cigarette pack, paper note with numbers, black pen ×2, $135 in loose change. Okay. Why are you keeping track of that? Okay. You are an interesting woman. Oh, lost items list. Oh, so these are the ones that she's found. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, I mean, I don't really feel like there's a lot of snooping we need to do here. What was that room, though? Wasn't there a door here? Just wondering, just curious. What's in here? Doesn't matter. Apparently. You thought you could sneak away.
Mr. VIP is really getting to Bobby.
Whoa. Rebecca, I confess I'm about to commit murder. I don't care who he is, how rich he is, how famous he is. The VIP guest in 602 is a goddamn psycho. He ordered room service this morning, but somehow the plates got mixed up and he received eggs instead of pancakes. It happens, right? Well, the man rushed to the kitchen in a frenzy and yelled at us for 10 minutes straight, saying eggs are disgusting and he hates them. I should have told him he's disgusting and I hate him. I thought of spitting in his next meal, but before leaving, he swore he'd never order anything from our kitchen again. Without the shadow of a doubt, this is the worst establishment I have ever visited, he said in his pompous accent. If he ever sends his clothes downstairs to be cleaned, can you be a good friend and stitch all of his pockets? Any other form of sabotage would do too. I know you're creative. Just be careful not to arouse too much suspicion. Bobby. That's kind of funny.
There you are.
I'm not sure I understand what the plan is here.
Well, I remember reading a spy novel, I can't remember the title, it wasn't that good, in which they used wax and plaster to make a key mold. I'm thinking we could do the same.
Are you sure it's gonna work?
Sure? No. In the novel, they used a special kind of wax, not candle wax. But I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah, you're right.
So let's do this, shall we? First step.
Stop that.
Pour the wax, I suppose?
Oh, God.
Be careful, though. The pot's probably hot.
Oh.
That's it. Nicely done.
So weird.
Next step, put the key in the wax, right? Better wait a few seconds before removing it. Looks good. Pretty sure you can take it out now.
Nice.
I think we're almost done. All that's left is to pour the plaster from the cup into the mold. Good job. So now we wait until it's dry, I guess.
How long do you think it's gonna take?
Does this make us a
minutes,
spy?
probably. We can poke it every now and then to check.
I bet you
And
didn't
mess it
think
up?
you'd be making a plaster key today, huh?
No. But
Like-
I like it. I feel like I'm in one
You
of
know
those
what I'm
novels
saying?
I spend my days reading.
Look at his hand. It's just perfectly like... I'm in one of those novels I spend my days reading.
What have you been reading lately? That's your book there, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a play by Agatha Christie, Witness for the Prosecution.
What's it about?
It's the story of a lawyer who takes on the case of a man accused of murdering an old widow. There's strong evidence against him, but the lawyer is convinced of his innocence.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Actually, there's a film adaptation of it playing at the theater right now.
Oh yeah, it rings a bell. Have you seen it?
No, not yet. I always prefer to read the book or the play before seeing the film. Hey, how about we go see it together?
Yeah, I think I'd like that.
Awesome. Lowe's Theater is not too far from here. Why don't we meet after work one of these evenings?
That sounds great.
Oh, Andrew, you're making
look.
me blush.
I think our key double is dry and ready to go.
I can't believe it worked. I could not have done this without you.
Well, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. I should get back upstairs, though. I've been gone far too long already.
Yeah, we can't be caught
Let me know
taking
how
a
it
break
goes with the
either.
key.
Because we already said that we
you
took
should
one.
probably be careful when you turn it. Otherwise, it could break inside the lock.
I'm gonna turn this
I'll be
so
careful.
aggressively.
Thank you for everything.
I'm gonna
You're welcome,
jam it in there. And grip it and twist it. With all the aggression. I'm so excited. Okay. We took it, right? Yeah, we did. A spoon! You left the spoon! Okay, let's go back up. That is what she wants us to do, correct?
Got 2 keys. Now, let's test them out.
Perfect. Look at her. Do not run into Bernard. Please don't let it... Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? I saw a light flash in there. We're just leaving all these doors open.
Be careful, Sophie. You don't want this key to break.
Okay, we'll just... Are these all gonna be love letters? Please.
Unlike my favorite bar, this one was black. Her alliterative name will surely take you back. These two sure love their riddles.
In Atlanta, I noticed yours was pretty worn down, so I decided to buy you a new one. I hope you like it, and since you enjoy them so much, here's a little puzzle to figure out the combination. 2 5-letter words are the key, both related to our history. Oh, from the first one, take the first 2. From the last one, take the last 2. There's gotta be answers somewhere. I hope you get better. Try to rest today. I'll bring you hot soup after class. That's cute.
Huh. Marcella invited you to the movies. Let me guess. You said yes.
To Lowe's Theater. We're also gonna have a cute date at the movies at Lowe's Theater. The Postman Always Rings Twice is playing at Lowe's Theater tonight. It's based on a novel I read a while back. I'm sure you would love it, seeing as you like crime stories and murders so much. Nothing creepy about that. Will you come with me? I can barely listen to Sister Miller's lecture today. I can't wait for tonight. I don't remember what these are. 5 is O, right? Is look at what can I? It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and scrutinize that. Dear Anne, I've just heard Doris Day on the radio and it made me think of you. I know how much you love Sentimental Journey. Counting every mile of railroad track takes me back. Last time I was in Texas, it felt like coming home. Now, strangely, I feel away from home. I wish you were here with me. I always feel at home in your arms. I can hardly believe it has been 5 weeks since we last saw each other. Sometimes I wonder if I might be going crazy. You are always in my head. Everything reminds me of you. Not only songs or the radio, but silly things like the flowers in our garden that smell of your shampoo. Or when people say the word darling, and I can hear you say it with your lovely French accent. Darling. My family seems to have noticed my odd behavior, but of course I cannot tell them about you, even though I wish I could. I feel like climbing on the roof of the tallest building in Austin and shouting my feelings for you at the top of my lungs. God, I sound like a giddy teenager in love for the very first time. Maybe I am. Sometimes I'm scared that all this time with you was nothing but a dream too good to be true. I'm afraid that when I return to Montreal, I will realize you never existed, or if you do exist, you don't remember me. I wish I had a picture of the two of us so I would know for sure it was real. I long for your embrace and the taste of your sweet lips. I love you, M. Yeah, Doris Day.
Day. That's an alliteration, isn't it? Doris. I-S.
Was there another one? No, maybe not. Okay, maybe we can find... There's nothing on the back. Oh, here's a picture. They look so cute! Dear Anne, I'm sorry it took me so long to answer your last letter. Has it been 6 months already since I left Montreal? As you always say, le temps passe vite. My parents are glad I am done with my studies. They always thought it was a strange idea for me to go to university. Now they want me to find a husband and have children like any other woman. I think I will. These past few months, I had a lot of time to reflect on our relationship. You know my feelings for you, and I hope you never forget how much I love you. But we cannot hide our heads in the sand any longer. We were lucky our story lasted as long as it did, and foolish to think it would last forever. Our love is forbidden, and hiding it from my family is proving more and more difficult every day. You will always have a special place in my heart, but I believe it is time for us to go our separate ways. You made me feel like a teenager. You made everything but the present disappear. Now I need to be an adult and think about the future. Sincerely, M. Okay, well, clearly that didn't happen, though. You know what I'm saying? Cause like, put letters back, inspect. Okay. Was there really... So Doris, so we had I is my favorite bard. This one was black. I'm just seeing if we can do any inspections on any of these. Like when it says look closer. No, that's the Doris Day one. No. Let's put them back. And close. I just don't want to leave anything like out and about. We might have to go.
Riddle's a toughie. Maybe I need a fresh pair of eyes on it.
Clarington Hotel reception desk. Andrew speaking.
Hey, Andrew. Got a minute?
I always have time for that.
I opened the chest in room 507.
Huh. It worked.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure, but our little key's sturdier than it looks.
Yeah. So, what's in the chest?
A riddle.
A riddle?
I think it was written by Mrs. Beaumont for Mrs. Cruz. And I think the answer will give me the combination for a case I found in room 509. I could use your help with it, though.
Please,
That's
pretty
awesome.
please.
I love riddles.
Oh, I
Tell
knew
me,
you would.
which part's causing you trouble?
Unlike my favorite bar.
Unlike my favorite bar, this one was black. Do you know what this could mean?
This really isn't my area of expertise. Hey, Beth, you know bars, right? Well, not all of them. What about one that has a color in its name? Like the orange chair or the blue lagoon or something?
Well, there's the white cat, but I don't think that's your crowd.
I was wondering.
It's not for me, but thanks.
I was wondering if it was gonna be cat because it's like
I
black
did.
cat.
I think I can manage from here.
Of course you can. You're a quick one. Anything else?
No, we already know Doris. So
Nope,
I
that's all.
is
Thank
AT
you.
or
My
AT I is.
I'm just glad I could finally put my riddle solving skills to good use. Call me when you've opened that case.
You know I will.
So it was. Oops. 507, right? Oh, there was a white cat matchbook. Oh. So this is gonna be black. Hey, it should just be cat, but that's too many spaces. From the first one, take the first two. So CAIS for Doris. That's what I'm assuming. Do you want me to look at this matchbook again, though? We can do that. Oh, you don't... It doesn't say in here? Oh, yeah, it does. Unless it's white. We'll try both. Yeah. So let's go back down to the box. White fits the spaces is my thing. What do you... Do you have a C? You don't have a C. What do you mean you don't have a C? You have an IS. You also don't have a W. What? I'd use the first two, then the last two. Should I just try? It should be cat. But there's no C!
Unlike my favorite bar, this one was black. Her alliterative name will surely take you back. These two sure love their riddles.
From the first one, take the first two. Oh, you don't think it's TH, dude? That would be so ridiculous. A white cat. So I need to find something that refers to its opposite, a black cat. Oh, I need to find something that refers to the opposite. Unless it's just BL. There's no way. I don't think that was on here either. Okay. Black cat. Anne's favorite bar might be the white cat. Something refers to its opposite, a black cat. A witch is not going to be an option. What refers to a black cat? The collar? Wait, is it the collar? It was Greta. The name was Greta. I don't need to look. The name was Greta for the collar that we found. Oh my gosh. Please be correct. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay. That took me so long. Okay. Let's inspect.
Bridget Boswell. Is that actually Marcella?
It's been Marcella this whole time? Ooh. Dear Marcella, or should I say Bridget, you know I prefer a good old crime story, but last week I came upon a romance novel with an intriguing title, and they were roommates. I bought it on an impulse at a train station and read it from cover to cover during the journey. Can you imagine my surprise when I recognized our story? You may have changed the names and locations, but all of our moments are there. Our endless discussions in the dorm room, our first date at the theater, our trip to Quebec City. You often said writers are thieves, but I never fully understood until now. It has been almost 10 years since I received your last letter. The letter that painted our relationship is nothing more than a summer fling. At first I could not believe you had written those words, then I waited in vain for your answer, and had to accept your love for me had never been real. For many years I was broken-hearted, angry, confused. I questioned the nature of our feelings, of our attraction, and made many wrong decisions. But this book, your book, am I foolish to think it's proof you really loved me? In any case, I hope you are well, and I'm happy to see you accomplished your dream of becoming a writer. The drama of it all.
Murder might be a bit much, but you deserve some kind of justice.
Dear Marcella, I didn't expect you to reply to my letter, but I'm happy to see I was wrong. Your words have comforted me in a time of great distress. If only Louis was half the man you say Hector is. He has quite a temper and hits me frequently. I'm willing to put up with it as long as he doesn't hurt Michael, but there are some days when it becomes almost unbearable. The other day I dreamt of our first date. We were watching The Postman Only Rings Twice again, but suddenly we were in the movie. You were Lana Turner and I was John Garfield, and we were both plotting to kill my husband. I hate to admit it, but I almost hope it was premonitory. To answer your question, I do still have our box. My brother is currently in Atlanta for work, and I was thinking of going to see him with Michael next month. If you are able to meet me there, we could open the box together and laugh at the silly things we thought important all those years ago. I hope to hear from you soon. P.S. Do you remember that secret language we invented so Sister Miller couldn't understand the notes we passed during her class? I still do.
I do like a happy ending. I just hope that's where your story
This
is
is honestly so exciting. Okay. Dear Marcella, thank you for sending me a signed version of your latest novel. I think it's your greatest work yet, but I do have a few comments to help make the next one even better. First, I believe Rose should be more concerned with what she deserves than what her husband deserves. He may not deserve the pain she will cause by leaving him, but they both deserve to be happy, and they won't be as long as they remain together, as long as she doesn't listen to her own needs. Also, I think it would be great if your next novel ended on a more positive note. Imagine if Rose left her husband and rode into the sunset with Eve. Imagine if they went to New York or Los Angeles, someplace where people like us are tolerated. Imagine if they got to have their happy ending. It would be the best story ever. I hope you will consider it. P.S. I know you say invisibility protects us, but don't you just wish to be seen sometimes? Wouldn't you like people to know you are Bridget Boswell, to recognize you on the street, to recognize you for your work? Why not publish your next novel under your own name? Oh my gosh.
Oh, so you came to Montreal under the pretense of celebrating your wedding anniversary.
That's so
But all
scandalous.
along, you meant to reunite with Anne.
That is so scandalous. Yeah, Hoops, do you want to go to Montreal for our wedding anniversary? And secretly, you're like meeting up with your mistress from past days gone by. Like, dear Marcella, I left the house. I left Louis. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't lie anymore. How do you do it? How do you manage to live a double life, to hide your work and your novels from your husband? I had so much less to hide, and yet. Michael and I are staying at the Clarington Hotel until we find a place to stay and the divorce is done. I don't know how long it will take. Could you come and see me in Montreal? I really need you by my side right now. P.S. I wouldn't put it past Louis to scour every hotel guest book in the region looking for me under his surname, so I've registered under the name Beaumont. Oh, that explains why her name was different. Oh, that's the end of it. So she did come and meet. Is that it? Yeah. That is so scandalous.
Here. I don't think I've looked at everything. After all this,
oh, you haven't?
Turns out you're a fan of Bridget? Of Marcella? That's a lot sweeter than I expected.
Oh. Dear Marcella, although you don't know me, I think I can safely say I'm your biggest fan. Your novels have literally changed my life. After the war, but how do they know? What? After the war, I spent almost 10 years in a psychiatric hospital because of the panic attacks. None of the treatments were working, and I wasn't getting any better. I became friends with one of the nurses who started lending me books so I could pass the time. I didn't really like the first ones, but then I picked up Bridget Boswell's first novel, your novel. I had never read such a beautiful love story. It almost brought tears to my eyes. I immediately urged the nurse to get me more of your books. Believe it or not, the more I read them, the less panic attacks I had. The doctors thought it was their new medication finally working, but I knew the truth. Your novels gave me the courage to get in contact with Lindsay, a friend from the war. I'd always felt for him the same way your characters feel for each other, but I never dared telling him. Now I have, thanks to you. The thought of seeing him again is what motivated me to get better and leave the hospital. I hope to hear back from him soon. So did she come out with her real name then? Because that's what I'm a little confused about here. After my discharge, I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for me. I've discovered Bridget was a pseudonym, so tracking you down took longer than I thought. Fortunately, I'm a very patient, resourceful man, and I never give up. Do you think we could meet? I have so much more to tell you. Paul! Please tell me we can scan that. That's Paul!
I'm glad you were able to open up to Marcella like this.
That's Stalker Paul. Dear Marcella, thank you for answering my letter. I realize now how unsettling it must have been for you. Please forgive me for tricking your editor into giving me your address. I know I shouldn't have done that. I wanted to thank you as well for your encouraging words concerning Lindsay. I still haven't heard from him, and I'm starting to fear I might have the wrong address. I wish I could take a train to Virginia, but that's not an option right now, as I can barely pay the rent. I guess I'll have to find a job. As a kid, I dreamt of being an actor, a Hollywood star. I know it's a foolish dream, but what else can I do? What am I good at? I've tried getting some odd jobs already, but employers turn me down as soon as they learn where I've spent the last 10 years of my life. If it continues like this, I'll probably end up on the street like so many of my army buddies. Why am I even telling you all this? After reading your books and getting to know you through them, I tend to forget I'm only a stranger to you. I hope you don't mind. You seem to be a good listener, and I've been feeling rather lonely ever since I left the hospital. Anyway, please tell me more about your life, and do not hesitate to write long letters. I must have read your previous one 1,000 times already, Paul.
An advance on my salary. So Marcella hired you.
Interesting.
But what for?
Dear Marcella, I've just received a letter from Lindsay's mother. She tells me he's dead. Words cannot even begin to describe how empty I feel. He died 2 years ago, before I even sent my first letter. He will never know my feelings for him, and I will never know if he could have loved me back. I guess I should have known this would end in pain, just like your novels. I wish I had Lindsay's ability to find beauty everywhere. Even during the war, amidst the death and chaos, he would marvel at the forests of Germany, at the sun, the birds. He loved birds so much. He could identify them just by listening to their song. I have to admit, your proposition took me by surprise. I was hesitant to leave home at first. I was afraid to miss Lindsay's answer. But now there's nothing keeping me here. I'm desperate for anything that will help me forget the pain, but I don't have enough money to make it to Texas. Do you think you could give me an advance on my salary? In spite of everything, I'm really excited to know I'll finally meet you. Okay. So those were two different things. So I think we looked at it all now.
So this was all a story about star-crossed lovers.
That is
with the lovers in
so...
question being Mrs. Beaumont and Mrs. Cruz.
Seems like it, yeah. But I'm not sure whether they chose to meet here just to reconnect for a few days, or if there's something more to it.
Actually, I think I can help with that.
Really? How?
Well, some mail just arrived here for Mrs.
No.
I wonder what's in it.
Me too.
Should we open it?
Well, that's illegal.
Yeah, that is illegal.
Sometimes the mail arrives a little damaged.
Andrew, you little rascal. You tore it?
So?
It's a tourism pamphlet for California and 3 train tickets. What do you think this means?
I'd say Anne and Marcella are probably planning to run away from their husbands. Those train tickets must be for them and Michael.
So you're on a first-name basis now, huh?
Well, after reading so much of their correspondence,
I did start using their first names too,
I
huh?
feel like I know them.
That's like Mrs. Beaumont and...
Yeah, like characters in a book. I have to say, though, I'm still a bit confused as to how Paul fits into all
There's
this.
no way... He was a fan of Marcella. There's no way that this story ends without Sophie getting caught. Like, someone's gonna catch her going through things. I mean, she's basically already been caught because of the pictures. Also, why is he taking pictures of her if he's tied into this whole other storyline?
Turns out he's a big fan of Marcella.
He is? Why?
She writes Pulp
Because
Fiction
he's a
under
secret gay
pseudonym.
boy.
I think her books gave Paul a chance to get out of his own head while he was staying in a psychiatric hospital.
Yeah.
I get it. Books have always been a way to escape for me too. But why did he have pictures?
That's what I'm wondering.
We'll probably never know. I think the trail ends here.
I guess investigations in real life always have some loose ends. I was kind of hoping we'd have this big third act reveal, to be honest.
We
At
might
least it made our day
still.
pretty interesting.
That's for sure. It helped me understand you better, too.
Oh?
Why you snoop, I mean. Piecing together people's stories, learning what makes them tick. It makes you realize we may have more in common than it seems.
We always have to flirt. I love Andrew.
You're right. Which is why the next story I'd like to learn is yours, Andrew.
Oh? Am I gonna find you snooping through my apartment next?
Am I invited?
I would love to share my story with you, Sophie. You're the first person in a long time who's made me feel like I can. Would you come and see me when your shift ends? We could leave together, if you'd like.
Okay, now I'm suspicious of him.
If we're able to.
Now I'm
With all
suspicious
that
of him.
snow, I'm thinking maybe we'll have no choice but to spend the night here.
I guess that wouldn't be so bad. We could set up a pillow fort on the mezzanine.
A pillow fort? We do work in a hotel, you know. There are actual beds here.
Oh, I wouldn't be sleeping. I've got a reading list the size of the Eiffel Tower. This would be the perfect chance to put a dent in it.
Okay, never mind. He's cute again. He's cute again.
I could bring my magazines and, ooh, maybe light some of Rebecca's candles.
Ooh, Rebecca's candles.
Do get stuck here.
I just have to finish my tasks for the day, and then I can leave.
Okay. I just feel like all's well that ends well. After looking inside Marcella's typewriter case, I think everything's fallen into place. There are a few lingering questions, but I think this is as far as the story goes for now. Anna and Marcella arranged to be here at the same time so that they could rekindle the relationship they started when they were in college. I really feel for them after spending the day learning their story. I hope it has a happy ending. Can you stop opening these? Like, I try to close them before we exit. This is a very interesting story. So, we need... Oh, it won't let me... Okay. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. Who's in the elevator doors? You don't think it's Anne's husband, do you? That's the guy. That's B Bernard.
Mr. Cruz?
Oh. Never mind. I lied. It's not Bernard. Just kidding. However, that is Marcella's husband.
Oh god. Oh god. What happened?
It's just...
Mr. Cruz's life insurance policy.
Oh.
Why did he have this on him?
Yeah.
Marcella? Okay. Let's not jump to conclusions.
I don't know about you, but I'm jumping. I'm on a pogo stick and I'm hopping, bro. Like, I've never jumped this much in my entire life.
Is this about Paul? Does that mean...
Dear Mr. Cruz, thank you for reporting that guest's unacceptable behavior. We will look into it as soon as possible. However, I regret to inform you that we cannot divulge a guest's personal information regardless of that guest's behavior. As I'm sure you will understand, we are very concerned with our guest's privacy and our staff prides itself on its discretion. Please contact us should your guest bother you again. Is there anything else to click on you? That's a lot. Shall we follow the blood trail? Hello? We're just gonna look at this real quick. Yep, we're just gonna take our little time. Hector, what on earth happened? I was on the 5th floor and heard the elevator door ringing repeatedly, so I went to check it out. I found Hector's body between the elevator doors, lying in a pool of blood. I checked his pulse and couldn't feel anything. On his person were 2 pieces of paper, a letter from Bernard, and a copy of Hector's life insurance policy. Who could have done this to Hector? If this was in fact someone else's doing... If this was in fact someone else's doing, did you see that man's body? And then the lights went out, as if the situation wasn't ominous enough. I need to get the power running again, and then I'll figure out what to do about poor Hector. I may as well try fiddling with the fuse box in the janitor's closet. Yeah, that was downstairs, though, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Wasn't it?
I have to get the power back on.
Where was the... Oh, maybe it was at the other end? Bro. Is there somebody else in there? There's a camera. There's so much going on. I thought we were almost finished with this game. Turns out we've only just begun. Earrings. I know this is a lot, but she's like, I have to get the power turned back on, so maybe we should go down here. Let's just trek our shoes through the blood multiple times over and over. That sounds like a good plan. Because the janitor's place was all the way at this end, I believe. Man, Andrew is gonna freak when he hears about this. We need a key. Oh, screwdriver. We're just gonna jimmy it, bro.
It's too big. I guess I'll need something pointier.
Do we have something pointier?
I don't think there's anything here that would help me.
That's jacked up, dude. What are we gonna use? We can't go downstairs. Wait, what is that? Oh no, I didn't realize I had a roller on the end. That's my bad. I thought we took that letter. Why is it back in there? Or is it only from that angle? Okay, well, we don't have something pointier, so I guess we can just investigate the bloody area. Maybe we'll find something pointy. Maybe a knife in a body in an ice box. You know?
Okay. This looks like something I can use to open the fuse box.
You don't want to look in here? Okay, we're gonna take the big long journey again. We're gonna go all the way down to the end of the hallway one more time. This is once again one of those situations, Sophie, where I wish you would sprint. Somebody's dead in an elevator and you still won't run. Okay. Ice pick. You're also probably using a murder weapon, just so you know.
To get the power back.
Is this...
Eugene, what I would give to have you with me right now. Your note will have to make do.
Okay. If there's a power outage and I'm busy preventing another part of this hotel from collapsing, here's what to do. Check fuse box plan for required ampage of each socket. Remove all blown fuses from sockets. Tip, blown fuses are usually blackened. Screw in new fuses in sockets. Make sure ampage is correct. Flick big lever to restore power. Okay, so... I mean, like, all of these look black, right? Or does it just mean, like, these ones?
How did this end up here?
Oh, safe combinations.
Not much use without the rest of the code.
Okay. So is it doing it easy for us? Oh, ones that don't have, like, the type. I was looking behind them, and I was like, they're all black back there?
How does Eugene do this again? Fuses.
Where can we find fuses? That is the question. Where do you keep your spare fuses? Are these fuses?
Yes, this is what I need.
We need one more, though. Where is... this one? So 50... This is type A, so this one is type A. How do you put it in, bro? Oh. Oopsie. 30, 30, so this one needs type G. This one should be S. Flip the switch. Flip the switch. The whole place just blows up. Okay. Woohoo! We did it! Confusing fuses, never. I'll head down to the lobby, go straight to reception, and get the police on the phone. The nightmare is almost over. But there's a body in the way? That's a little bit of a... You know, there's a little something stopping you. Unless, did it say, like, the fire exit or something? Just enough. The light from the window in the janitor's closet was just enough for me to see what I was doing. It occurred to me that it had been any later in the day, I would have been up the creek without a paddle. Okay. No, it doesn't say anything about stairs. So how do you expect to go down to the lobby?
Is there anything I've forgotten? Once I leave this floor, I probably won't be able to come back.
I don't know. Do you want to inspect the crime scene again?
Power's back. Now, I should go down to the lobby. Call the police.
Do you want to look in there? They catch me in the crime scene. We can throw it away. Oh, wait. Do we need to go get rid of all the evidence of us snooping? You know what I'm saying? Should we? Because once the police come, they're going to find those photos. What's this? Cigarettes. AB.
And Beaumont.
Girl, you know that's not her real last name. It's like, what was it? Berkey or something. We're not gonna get arrested for being a snoop, are we? Ooh. Just don't mind me, just going in the blood. Straight in the blood.
Lindsay's death really hit him hard.
More
He
stuff to
hasn't
read.
been in the best headspace.
Montreal's much bigger than I had expected. Big cities always make me feel lonely, and that feeling was only exasperated this morning by the fact that everyone around me was speaking a language I could not understand. I bought an English-French dictionary at the train station, but I don't think I'll need it after all. English speakers seem more common in the downtown area, thank God. The hotel is nice. When I arrived, the whole staff was busy getting ready for some big event. It wasn't until I saw Marcella enter the lobby with a flower bouquet that I realized today's Valentine's Day. Hector and her were gone in a flash, and I was left feeling more alone than ever, wishing Lindsay was here with me. Helping Marcella out these past weeks has been a great distraction, but it still hurts so much every time I think about him. I'd hoped the pain would have gone by now. I'll probably need a double dose of Miltone to sleep tonight.
So
Today?
Paul just needed to pass the time while Marcella was away.
Oh.
That's why he was observing us.
Today I wanted to follow Marcella and Hector out of the hotel, but the sidewalks were so packed with people that I started having a panic attack. I tried taking a cab, and that's when I realized I was all out of money. It's been a while since Marcella's last payment, and the hotel room was more expensive than I had anticipated. I couldn't resort to selling the camera, so I decided to pawn my victory medal instead. It was hard letting it go after so many years, and yet it also felt strangely liberating. Maybe it's a sign I shouldn't be holding on to the past so much. To fight boredom until Marcella and Hector's return, I started looking at the hotel staff. I heard Andrew and Beth at the reception desk discussing books and movies. They both seemed like nice people. I wish I had found the courage to join their conversation. When you look at people all day and they never look back, you start feeling invisible. I noticed that Sophie, the maid in charge of the cleaning 5th floor, seems to share my interest for other people's lives. Maybe I should try talking to her.
Paul was hiding out, right here. Did he ever find the person who was sneaking out at night?
Who's sneaking out of their room every night? The question has been driving me crazy since my first night at the hotel, so tonight I decided to investigate. I found a hiding spot near the ice machine with a nice view of the whole corridor. My camera's at the ready, but there's been no movement for at least 3 hours, and I'm fighting not to fall asleep. No need for Miltone tonight. I thought being a detective would be more exciting. Maybe Marcella's right. Maybe it's time I let go of Mr. Spade.
9:45? So Anne and Marcella met here this morning while I was busy cleaning room 504.
I awoke around 9:30 a.m. and realized I had fallen asleep sometime in the early morning. I was about to go back to my room when the guest from room 507 came to sit on one of the chairs close by. She's been there ever since, and I don't dare leave my hiding spot in front of her. Marcella joined the guest from 507 around 9:45. Apparently, she told Hector she didn't love him anymore, and he's now convinced she's been cheating on him. That explains why he assaulted me out of the blue yesterday evening and accused me of having an affair with his wife. The guest from 507, I've learned her name is Anne, has just said she might have an idea on how to solve their problem. I'm thinking of revealing myself, but I don't want to anger Marcella. The longer I wait, the more awkward it will be when I do come out. Maybe I should. Where are you? You gave me... Oh.
Looks like Paul had to stop writing in a hurry. What happened? I was
Oh.
listening to the radio at the time. Did the music drown out the noise?
That's brutal. Was there stuff on other pages we could look at? No. And there's something back here.
Oh, so Paul's work with Marcella was to follow her around like a private investigator, to help her with research for her novel.
Dear Paul, I'm sorry to hear you are in such dire situation. You seem to possess a lot of useful skills, and it's a shame employers cannot see past your medical history, but don't despair. I've been writing novels for almost 8 years now. My publisher takes most of the sales revenue, but I will still be able to collect a substantial sum of money over the years. Now I would like to use that money to hire you. I'm getting tired of romance novels, and I'm thinking of branching out into crime fiction. As a sort of research, I would like you to follow me around town and take notes of my comings and goings. I'm aware this is a very unusual job, but considering you were able to track me down, I believe you would make a great private detective. In addition to your salary, I would cover all work-related expenses, and you would of course be the first to read the manuscript once it's finished. Sincerely, M.
Paul really got into his role.
I hope spying on me isn't proving too exhausting. You've really inspired me so far, and I already have tons of ideas. The trench coats you bought were a nice touch. You look straight out of a film noir. I also noticed you started smoking. It's probably another way for you to get into character, but maybe that's pushing it a little too far. You know best, of course, but don't pick up drinking next. At this rate, I should be able to start writing in 2 or 3 weeks. Thanks again for your help, M. I feel like I don't need this because it's typed. And then it goes to cursive.
Montreal, even though she was done with her research.
Paul, why did you follow me to Montreal? As I already told you, I do not require your services anymore. I'm starting to worry you are taking your role a bit too seriously. You are not a real detective. You have to let go. It's like, is there more back here? I can go all the way behind this thing. So, that still begs the question, should we throw away the evidence of us? No. Right? No. If this were... I don't know. It's a toughie. It's definitely a toughie. They could just, like... But I don't want, like... to not be able to run away into the sunset with Andrew. I don't think they're gonna arrest me. I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna leave it. I don't want to mess with the investigation. Yeah. But we have to literally... Can I leave? I was like, we have to, like, shove his body out of the elevator doors to leave.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
There has to be a fire exit. Why couldn't you take the stairs? I mean, I know we didn't see one, but no building should be created without a fire exit. Even in the 50s. Are we trekking blood? Guys, don't panic. There is, however, a dead body upstairs. Just to let you know.
Montreal Police Service, Station 22.
There's a man dead. He's been murdered. I need the police.
Please stay calm, ma'am. Where are you right now?
The lobby, but the body, it's upstairs.
Can you give me the address, please?
Oh, 1178 Drummond Street.
All right, ma'am. Officers are on their way.
Thank you.
I kind of think if you had just said the hotel, they still would have known where to go. I mean, it's great that you knew the exact address, but if someone asked me for the exact address of my work, I would not be able to give it. Ugh. The police are on their way. I think that's the most I can do right now. It hasn't completely undone the knots in my stomach and the tension in my shoulders, but it's a start. I might as well write a bit to pass the time until they arrive. I don't know what will happen next. If my hunch is correct and Hector was indeed murdered, I suppose the police's main priority will be to determine who did it. I'm probably going to have to answer some questions, aren't I? Yeah. Write a bit. Where are you gonna write? What are you writing? I didn't know you were a writer this whole time. Ugh. No, that wasn't it. Okay. Where are you writing? Anyway, well, let's read this.
He want to meet with Paul. Maybe he fell for his role playing and wants to hire him as a private investigator.
Oh, to all reception staff, discard previous instructions. Our prestigious guest has expressed the desire to meet the guest from room 505. I cannot fathom what such an illustrious man wants from such a freak, but if you see him, please direct him towards my office. Thank you. Oh.
Bernard really wants Paul out of the hotel.
To all reception staff, I have heard more reports on the guest from room 505 and his strange behavior, following people around, spying on guests, etc. As you are all aware, we have a very prestigious guest in room 602, and I would hate for his stay at our distinguished establishment to be tarnished because of some other undesirable guest. Inform the guest in 505 that he must vacate his room as soon as possible. Invent an excuse if you have to. Also note that from now on, our if you can pay, you can stay policy no longer applies. Guests who do not fit the hotel's new elevated standards should be denied a room. Yeah, what?
Okay, I can see how this could make Paul look bad. But it's obvious Bernard cares more about the hotel's reputation.
It is hard to hate
guests'
Paul, but at the
well-being.
same time, he was taking photos of people, like, without their permission. Like, I know he seems...
Is this the brochure Andrew was talking about? The one that came in the mail for Anne?
Yeah, maybe California. They wanted to go to
West
Cali.
Coast. That's about as far from Montreal as you can get without crossing an ocean.
And the train tickets?
So Anne and Marcella really are planning to run off together. Was what happened to Hector part of their plan?
From Chicago, Illinois to San Francisco, oh my gosh, to San Francisco, California. That was so much more difficult than it should have been.
Hey, you're here. I've tried restoring the power, but I think Eugene's the only one with the key to the fuse box, and Sophie? Don't worry. I'll find a way to bring the lights back on.
But I already brought the lights back on.
You look a bit pale. Is everything okay?
I found Mr. Cruz. Hector.
He's back? How's he taking that whole thing with his wife?
You don't understand. I found his body. He's dead, Andrew.
Jesus. Maybe you need to sit down, huh? Did you call the police?
Yeah, they're on their way.
What happened? Was he sick or something?
No, I don't think so. Someone did this to him.
You mean... Jesus. Do you think it could be Paul?
No, I don't, actually.
What about Anne and Marcella? Their affair is a pretty good motive.
The police will want to ask you a lot of questions. You may want to be careful about what you
No.
tell them.
Number one
Paul's
rule, if
history
the
of
police
mental
ask
illness,
questions,
there's a good
you
chance
be
they'll suspect him
1000%
even if he
faithful
didn't do it.
unless, and you didn't hear this from me, unless you have a particular loyalty to anybody else involved. I didn't say that. You should always be 100% honest if police officers ask you questions. Yes. I'm just saying, I have a handful of people that I would ride or die for. That's it. That's it. Okay, Paul's history of mental illness, there's a good chance they'll suspect him even if he didn't do it.
What are you saying?
What I mean is... that spending some time in a psychiatric hospital doesn't make you a murderous psychopath. But for some reason, that's what everyone seems to think.
That doesn't mean that I should withhold what we know and just let him take the
when I was 19,
L for it.
I studied to be a priest, but I felt so lost. I couldn't enjoy the things I used to like. I could barely get myself out of bed. So I ended up going to a psychiatric hospital. And the doctors, they helped me get back on my feet. But when I returned to my hometown, it was like I had become a complete stranger. My mother kept telling me I was making it worse in my head, but I swear, people were changing sidewalks when they saw me, looking at me as if I was this dangerous creature all of a sudden. That's why I didn't tell you that.
What?
Call it coincidence or fate, but that psychiatric hospital, it's the same one Paul went to. I've met him there, talked to him a bit. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before.
It's okay. I get why
sweet
you did
baby
it.
Andrew.
You do?
We can't just be like, I'd rather not talk about it. We have to be vulnerable if he's being vulnerable.
You know how I tell everyone that my mom's sick, bedridden? Well, it's true, but I always leave out the part about her illness not being physical. I'm ashamed of the truth. So even though I don't know exactly what you went through, I can understand.
Thank you for telling me. I know it's not an easy thing to talk about, but if you ever want to talk about your mom, I'm here. They're here. Promise me you'll be careful with the information you share.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Miss Roy? Miss Roy?
I'm not
Miss
sure
Roy.
there's really...
Oh, sorry. I was distracted.
I don't know.
I really need you to focus right now.
What are we supposed to
I
keep
don't want to
hidden?
be here all night, and I'm sure you don't either.
No. No, I don't.
So, as I was saying, we're trying to ascertain the circumstances of Mr. Cruz's death. Can you tell me how you came to find the body?
I was cleaning room 509 when I heard the elevator bell ring. Again and again and again. I thought maybe a child was playing with the doors, so I went out in the corridor, and that's when I saw him. All the blood and...
Why was the elevator bell ringing?
I'm sorry?
You said you heard the elevator bell ring. Why was it ringing? I assume it wasn't a child after all.
Well, Mr. Cruz's body was preventing
I
the
don't
doors
see,
from
unless they're going to be mad at
Really?
us for moving the body.
When we found the body, it wasn't that close to the doors.
The stairs are blocked because of the renovations, so the elevator's the only way out of the 5th floor. I had no choice but to move the body. Just a little.
Ah, so that explains the traces we found.
Oh,
Thank you for clearing
God.
that up.
Thank God.
So, what did you do after that?
Well, that's when the power cut. So I had to go to the janitor's closet.
To access the fuse box.
Exactly. I changed a few fuses and turned the power back on.
But there's a lock on that box, isn't there? Did you have the key?
I'm just going to say we use the ice pick. I know that's probably the murder weapon, though.
I didn't. Only Eugene does. But I thought an ice pick might do the trick, so I went to the ice machine to get one.
You're a size 7, I suppose.
Yes, I am. Why?
What did you see when you went to the ice machine?
There was blood. A lot of it.
Did you touch anything?
Yes, we did. I'm not gonna lie.
I might have touched a few
Are we
things,
gonna go to jail for this?
just to figure out what had happened to Mr. Cruz.
Of course you did. Why so many witnesses can't help but compromise the evidence is Just
I
be
know
honest.
you're mad, but like,
Anyway, what did you do after
me telling you
restoring
the
the power?
truth helps you with your
I took
investigation
the
more than me
elevator down to
lying.
the lobby. That's where I called the police.
Do you remember what you said to the operator? The exact
Oh, come
words.
on.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
You said, there's a man dead. He's been murdered.
That's possible.
What makes you so sure it was murder?
Bro, his neck was like broken. Okay, so we need to start making crucial decisions. Are we going to tell them the full truth? I think we should. I do not see a logical reason to lie about this, because if we lie, that just makes us suspicious. So I'd rather just tell the truth. Also, we were snooping before he was murdered, so.
I've been snooping around the guests' rooms.
I didn't think you'd admit it.
You knew already?
We found pictures of you snooping around.
And I knew we left the pictures.
Now, unless you want me to arrest you for violating your guest's privacy, I suggest you tell me everything you know.
All right.
We've learned from one of your colleagues that the victim had a fight with a guest named Mr. Spade.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell me about him?
We're really just gonna fucking out him like that? Andrew really wants us to lie about this. Here's the thing. Okay, listen to my logic. Hear me out for a minute. You might not like me for this take. I think we still tell the truth. And that's because just because we say we don't know anything about him, they're going to find out anyway. It's really not that difficult to find out that someone spent 10 years in a psychiatric hospital. So it's not like us saying we know nothing is going to prevent them from finding out that information. So we should just be honest. And if Andrew's mad at us, like, we'll just say that it was a little fling. Okay? We're not soulmates yet. We haven't even gone on a date yet. Will I be sad? Yes, because he's a little cutie. But it will be okay. We'll move on.
He spent some time in a psychiatric hospital after the war. That's when he got into Mrs. Cruz's novels. And they really helped him.
Yes, I already know about his time in a madhouse. We called the place and they painted quite the picture of him. Did you ever see him display odd behavior in or around the hotel?
No. I mean, we've all got our little quirks, don't we?
Did he seem obsessed with Mrs. Cruz?
A little, maybe, but...
Obsessed enough to kill her husband?
No, nothing like that. We all have our obsessions. Me, for instance.
Maybe I should have lied.
I'm obsessed with celebrities and gossip magazines, and...
You don't seem to understand, Miss Roy. Mr. Spade is not like you and me. He may look like us, but he's not. He's dangerous and needs to be taken off the streets. So tell me, did you ever see him be violent or aggressive?
No, I don't think so. Take a stand or deny. I don't think we ever saw him be violent or aggressive. Just take a stand mean?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry I can't be of more help.
No, I'm sure you are. But we're not quite done yet, Miss Roy. The victim's wife, Marcella Cruz. Apparently she left in quite a hurry this morning. What can you tell me about her?
I'm just gonna keep being honest.
She's having an affair.
I
But
feel
it's not what you
like
think. She's been in love with another woman since college. They've
It's
been
not what you
apart for
think.
more than 10 years, and now they're...
Yes, I know all about
Cares?
Mrs. Cruz and
It's a
Mrs.
murder
Beaumont's
investigation.
sexual deviance. Have you ever witnessed them engaging in immoral behavior?
What do
No.
you mean?
I'm asking if you've seen them being, intimate.
No, I haven't. No.
And did you hear them discuss their deviant ways in front of Mrs. Beaumont's son, perhaps?
I hate
Imagine
this guy. I
what
hate
kind
this
of
guy.
effect such perversion can have on a young child.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Did you hear them express their hatred of men? Did they ever talk about using violence against men? Did
About
you
to
hear
use
them
violence
speak
against a
ill
man.
of Mr. Cruz?
No, I didn't hear any of that.
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know.
Miss Roy, but I just don't believe you. I think you know more than you've let on.
Can I please leave?
You can. But you'd better stay in town. I'm sure I'll have more questions for you very soon.
Do you think take a stand meant like stand up and be aggressively like absolutely not? Or do you think that it meant like, I don't know, agreeing with him? Because I don't know why it would. I don't know. We're back at the hotel.
Bernard was strangely chipper on the phone. That can't be a good sign. I guess I'll know soon enough.
Maurice Tremblay is a detective lieutenant with the Montreal Police. He's about what one would expect from a detective. Stern, straight-laced, tired, and always carrying either a mug of coffee or a notebook. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, which makes sense with how hard the police have been working themselves trying to round up every last supposed deviant in the city. Maurice is old-fashioned like a lot of men his age. His assumptions about women, or anyone who isn't like him for that matter, made that clear. I wish he wasn't the one in charge of the investigation into Hector's murder, but I'm not sure any other detective would make much of a difference. Roger's the policeman who escorted me through the precinct when I was called to be interrogated. He seems nice enough. I wish I had more to work with, but I have to remember that I can't get inside everyone's heads. It's tough being alone with my thoughts since the hotel closed 2 days ago. According to the papers, the police are still investigating and haven't made any charges yet. I just hope they take the time to get it right. The last thing this whole ordeal needs is an innocent person put behind bars. Anyway, this morning I got a call from Bernard calling me into the hotel. He sounded surprisingly chipper, cheerful even. I wonder how it'll feel walking to the Clarington again after everything that's happened. Well, he now knows that we're the snoopers, so I imagine he's going to be like...
The atmosphere is so different in here. Will it ever feel like it used to?
We can't cross this.
It'll probably be a while before the hotel reopens.
Is that our only way back there? Can we just walk through it? We have to clean it.
The lobby will be a swimming pool by the end of the month. Will the rest of the building even be standing? I'll need a mop to clean the puddle. With all the leaks, I'm sure there's one nearby.
Jesus. Really? Yep, there's a mop. I guess I have to go this way. Sometimes. I really think we're about to get fired. It was a bold decision leaving my pictures there, but I don't know, I just felt like it was the correct one.
I'll go empty my locker.
Andrew.
Hey.
Are you okay?
I've just been fired.
What? No,
It's okay. I just need some time to process it. I'll be on the mezzanine if you want to join me afterwards.
We're still invited to join?
Yeah, okay.
The mezzanine. Oh, we're so getting fired.
Ah, Miss Roy.
I'm
Come
gonna
in.
be so rude to him.
I suppose you know why you're here?
I would guess it has something to do with the murder.
Well, you'd be right about that. We've been getting a lot of press lately, and not the good kind. I wouldn't expect you to understand the position I'm in, but I assure you, it's quite uncomfortable. To have one's life's work blown away like that. All thanks to some sexual deviance and a nut job. It's obvious to me now that I haven't been firm enough. For a guest of such morals to be comfortable booking a few nights here and committing such a horrid act? Things need to change. This means elevating our standards to the highest possible level, and it starts with the people working here. It starts with you.
With me?
Yes. From what I've heard, you've been quite the exemplary maid lately. Clean rooms, satisfied guests.
I take my job very seriously, sir.
As you should. We'll see for the future, but for now, you'll be allowed to continue working here.
Thank you.
I'm not done. The police have finished their investigation and left a mess on the 5th floor. I want you to clean it up.
You want me to go back there?
Yes, why not?
I found a dead body on that floor. I'm not going back.
I'll make this simple for you. If you don't do it, you're fired.
Okay, you know how I was like, I'm about to be so mean? I want to clean it because here's what I'm thinking. I think we can do more snooping. Like, if we quit, we're not going to find out more information. But if we go and clean it, maybe the police left some stuff behind.
Okay. I'll take care of it.
Good. Well, what are you waiting for? Get to work.
Oh, now?
Yes, now. That'll be all.
You wore a uniform in. Like, what were you expecting to happen? Oh, wait, but now we can't go meet Andrew. Oh my gosh, I made the wrong... Oh, we're meeting him.
Hey.
Hey.
What a week.
You don't say. So what did Bernard want with you?
He wants me to clean the mess on the 5th floor.
He does? After everything you've been through up there? I can't believe it.
Yeah. I wish I would have stood up to him, but I really need this job.
It's okay. I know you do.
Andrew.
Did Bernard say why he was firing you?
Well, I told him about my time at the psychiatric hospital.
Really?
Yeah. He said that didn't fit with the hotel standards and showed me the door.
Do you think he's gonna be a writer?
So, what's next for you?
I think I'd like to be my own boss. No more Bernard looking over my shoulder. I've had this dream for a while of maybe opening a bookstore.
I can't say I'm surprised.
It just makes so much sense. I'd be able to combine the two things I love most, reading books and helping people. Granted, helping people find books is a far cry from helping them find God, but...
My mom likes to say, there's no job too small. Plus, just by the way you're talking about it, it's obvious it'd make you happy. And that's what really matters, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. I'm really glad I have you in my life.
Me too.
Wait, why is this a leaving? But I wanna, do you think... I don't wanna leave the combo yet, though. I'm doing it.
Can I?
Kiss me?
Yes.
Please do.
Please do. He said, please do.
That was...
Yeah, it was.
A little pathetic. But oh my god, Andrew. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I think we could have kissed Beth because it says you and your acolyte kiss. That's the achievement I got. So I think if we had chosen Beth, we could have kissed Beth. Oh, and it didn't leave our thing. Okay, what do you think will happen to our guest?
What do you think will happen to them?
Who?
Sorry, my mind wanders sometimes. I meant Paul, Anne, and Marcella. Do you think they'll be released?
What do you think?
I don't know. I wish they'd get a happy ending, but I'm not sure it's that kind of story.
It depends on
I'd
who
like to believe
murdered.
it is. I think Paul becomes a famed photographer. He gets his own studio and decorates it like a hotel bathroom. As for Anne and Marcella, they move in together. But they keep leaving each other notes in the vents. You know, for old time's sake.
I like it. Maybe you should write that.
Maybe I will.
Are they being watched? Three conspirators charged in Clarington Hotel murder case. They all three got charged. Forever in our hearts. Okay, but I really think one of you did it. This part sucks the most. Oh, he went with his dad. His abusive father. I just think either way, like, one of them was guilty. I wish that the two innocent ones would have gotten off, but one of them was guilty. Look how happy! Oh, I love Andrew. Are we in his bookstore? Wow, that was so good. That was so good. Wow. I kind of wish I had made a couple different decisions. Like, I almost wish I would have taken down the photos, but at the same time, I don't think that would have affected the outcome necessarily. That was amazing, though. I loved that. I hope you guys loved that as much as I loved that, because that was really great. I think it has replayable, like, value to it as well, because you could get different outcomes. I believe. I would assume so, because, like, your choices affect the outcome. I mean, you wouldn't... all the information to the story would be the same, I guess, but just who gets arrested maybe at the end would be different. Maybe if I wasn't so nosy and I didn't do things, or if I didn't mess with anything down, like if I didn't pick up the pearl necklace or whatever, I could have been like, oh yeah, I didn't touch anything. And they'd be like, oh yeah, sick. You know? Or I could be like, no, I don't know anything about them. And then I really don't know anything about them. But I don't know. Like, I feel like you have to know things about them to get through the story. I wonder if you could actually go into this and just clean the rooms. That would be kind of crazy. You just throw away the photos that you find in the beginning and then you just clean the rooms and then you're finished. And then you just leave and then you find the body and you're like, oh, I know nothing. And the police are like, oh, she's just a poor maid that was trying to work hard and do her job. Indie Asylum. Been kind of a long stream today. This game was about 5 hours long. It's alright though. I didn't even realize how long we were on because I was so invested in that. Wow. Look at them. So cute. Wow. That was this bed we made. That was absolutely amazing. Raving. Raving reviews. 5 stars. That was so good. I was majorly invested in that. I do wish that we could have interacted with the other characters a little more, like Beth. I wish it wasn't like, okay, pick your person in the beginning and then you have to stick strictly to that person. I wish we could have had conversations with both. That's the only thing that I would change. Because I did like Beth as well. Like, I felt like she could have been our BFF, and then Andrew could have been our love interest. Or the other way around, if you wanted it to be. Beth could be your love interest, and Andrew could be your BFF. Like, I just wish there was that option there, instead of just being like, you're my person, and I will not interact with anybody else. Like, but the rest of it was so absolutely perfect and darling and amazing. But yeah, I'm gonna get off of here now because it's been quite a while, and I think it's we finished the game. So yay for us, yay! Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. There's been quite a few of you, and I really appreciate you spending the time with me. And yes, I'll be back again in a couple of days. If you don't know, I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. But regardless, thanks so much for hanging out with me, guys. I'll see you in a few days. Goodbye.